Welcome to Bears Country Podcast. This is the Shorty Knows Jack Shit About What Has Been Going On This Week show. And I am happy to see all of you guys in chat tonight, all you guys on the show. Thanks for being here. Thanks for making this show what it is. Without you all, this would not happen. Walt, I should probably get to the reason, one of our sponsors, right? We should get to BetUS. I want to remind you guys that it is not the football season, but it doesn't mean that you cannot use BetUS. Go check out BetUS.com, every sports bettor's favorite sports book. Use that link right there, bit.ly/BearsCountryPodcast-BetUS, and you'll get a 125% sign-up bonus with your $50 deposit, and it will help the channel. So, PJ?
And if you're going to bet, please bet responsibly. Don't get yourself into debt. It's not worth it. Be responsible.
And if you do, don't blame us for it. Even more importantly.
Definitely not me.
I get it.
We have Chips Ahoy joining us again tonight. What's up, my friend?
Chips Ahoy, boy!
I want to have you kind of talk about your research before we start talking Bears. Please give us a little information on what just recently happened in your life.
All right.
Keep it PG.
This past Monday,
Keep it PG, though.
got off work early. It was really nice out. So I was like, I'm going to go play some golf. And saw one of the courses I really enjoy playing. Had basically it was kind of half off before the season got underway, so I jumped all over it. Get out there. I probably teed off about 10 after 12 o'clock, and I catch up about 2 holes into the 18. I catch up to this twosome, and I was like, okay, this is cool. But then I saw a lot of groups out ahead of them, so I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be a little lengthy of a round. They introduced themselves, asked me if I wanted to join them. I was like, yeah, sure. First
Really?
guy's name's Adam. The other guy's Tony. Really hasn't hit me yet. I was just like, at first I'm like, wow, Tony's a rather tall guy. I'm like, okay, this is cool, whatever.
6'11".
And then we're on the 6th or 7th hole when I finally started paying attention to his voice, and I'm just like, I think I'm playing with Tony Kukoc. And then I'm just kind of debating with myself, like, no way. I'm like, no way. Look over at his golf bag, and it said TK7, and I was just like, holy crap. I'm playing with Tony Kukoc. I'm like, but I can't freak out. I'm on a golf course. So I sent a text message to Dan. Like, I think I'm playing 18 with Tony Kukoc. And his response was great. I texted a couple other buddies that were on the show way earlier in our reunion show, Tom, Noda, and John Cooper. I'm texting them to kind of calm down the inner freaking fanboy that's going on inside my head and not freaking out. Because it was just, holy cow, I'm playing golf with Tony Kukoc. Super nice guy. Super nice guy. And one of my first comments, once we broke the ice and I realized who it was, I was like, he got some nice golf shoes on there. And he kind of smiled and smirked and said, well, it kind of helps to be the teammate of the guy that got me the shoes. Because I was like, those are some really nice Jordan golf shoes. And told me a story where over the weekend he was out at his golf course, and he needed some 16s. And I guess Jordan pointed somewhere, and off he went and came back with his nice new pair of 16s.
Must be nice.
The first thing I saw when you sent me this pic was, damn, you are short. Which you're not really that short. It was a joke at how tall he is.
Yeah. And the thing that stood out to me was probably takes the club back halfway and very, very narrow with his. How he's standing there is basically how he stands when he's swinging a club. So before I realized who it was, that's all that was in my head. I'm like, wow, this guy's got a really interesting golf swing, and the ball really far.
Yeah, he had power behind it too, huh?
Yeah, it's all arms and wrist, and it's just amazing.
I'm sure it's a lot better than Charles Barkley's.
Oh, yes. And then so I just got brave and I just asked. I was like, so has Scotty always been jealous? Because I made the comment to him. I was like, it's nice to know that you're not so bent out of shape over The Last Dance. And he just kind of just rolled his eyes. He's like, whatever, as far as that. And proceeded to say that, Scotty's always been jealous. So I was like, all right.
Wow. And the best thing you were telling me was like, I didn't even ask him one word about what it was like to play with Mike, because you would just seem like
I would have came off dumb. It would have been an absolutely irrelevant question. They
exactly.
played like 25 years ago, almost 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Only subject of Mike that came up was the golf shoes.
Yeah.
And the golf course.
Good job with that, because first off, he probably started when he was golfing with you. He was like, man, I can't believe this guy hasn't asked me who I am yet. And then finally, like little did he know, he probably thought you were playing it coy, but you're like, wait a second, what is Tony Kukoc?
Yes.
And then you didn't ask him all the questions that probably annoy the hell out of him by now at this point in his life. And
no, I actually I ended up giving him a little bit of golf advice. I gave him my swing tempo advice.
Nice.
Because I noticed a lot of times he was quick with his swing. So I just gave him a little something. And the fact that he actually thanked me and didn't brush it off like, oh, this guy,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Very
should have
cool.
been like, hey, you want to go golfing again soon? Let's exchange numbers.
Yeah. You can come to Croatia with me sometime, just hang out.
Yeah. And it's funny you mentioned as far as him wondering if I realized it yet. His friend that was with him came up to me and asked me if I figured it out yet. And I was like, oh, I haven't. I've texted my brother and 3 friends by now. So
nice.
So I'm like, and then the guy was like, yeah, he'll take a picture with you. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not worried about that right now. I just want to finish the round.
And thank God you didn't ask him for his autograph too, right?
Picture. So
yeah. Autograph got to be the worst. Oh, really?
Super, super nice guy. Last thing I was thinking was getting an autograph. And the other thing was being that cheese ball and asking, what's it like playing with Mike?
No, what you should have asked him was, hey, who you think have a better left-handed jump shot, me or you?
Hey, you want to come on Bears Country Podcast with us?
Let him know. Say, hey, I got a sweet left-handed jump shot too. That's what you should have told.
Wait. Oh yeah. Dave did have a sweet left-handed jump shot.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's why you should have told him. Say, hey, Tony, hey, I got a sweet left-handed jump shot too, man.
And you golf lefty too, right? We already talked about this. Yeah, you golf.
Yes.
Lefty. Yeah, that's what I remember.
No, I don't. I golf righty.
What?
I'm fucked up, man.
That's weird to me.
Yeah, it is.
Good for you though.
All right. Okay.
Enough of that.
Enough of that. You guys,
let's get around the horn. We have a special guest coming on. We have a special surprise for everyone. Let's get around the horn and just find out how you guys are doing tonight. That was our opening guest. We're got a little involved in because that's an awesome story, dude. I'm so I'm jealous. Walt, PJ, Foster, how you guys doing?
In the dream.
Foster.
Pretty good, man. I'm here on the show. I actually made it. Maybe next week I'll be in better shape.
Cool. I'm doing fine.
Tony's just a person too. Sorry, Peach. Kupak's a cool guy, man.
I just want to highlight the chat real fast. So we got Jason UK, Cliff Victoria, Doug Van Dorn, Robbie Cumup, Jay Sanders, Steve Grunwald, AC Adam, Hair Bear, Vernon. Who else am I missing?
Vernon, what's up, Vernon?
We got
Vernon Roseman.
We got Ravi come up in here. What's up, Ravi? Jason, great to see you again.
J2K, PZ.
J2K.
Jason UK, by the way, for anyone that does not know, him and Chris Watts have the British Bears show on Bears Country Podcast, and it's I should say on Bears Country Productions. It is they do things when they want to do it because they don't have it in them to sit here and talk about the same shit over and over and over and over again, and they don't like talking draft, like we do. So make sure you check out them as we start to move in, because I think they have a show coming up in a week or two. So check that out as well. They are a lot of fun. I mean, you guys work really well together, Jason, and you guys are awesome and fun to watch. So appreciate you taking out time from your life to do a show on this channel. So thank you.
We got
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that show will be on Tuesday, Dan. This Tuesday.
Is it coming up are they coming on this Tuesday?
Well, that's what Jason's saying.
Okay.
There's plenty for them to talk about now.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's not all draft shit.
Sports Chicago Style, aka Triple R, who's our guest tonight.
Oh, you just messed it up. Let's bring it.
And we got
see him, he's back there
I
going.
do not know how to pronounce Omar's first name, so Omar, I apologize, man. Ranish, is that how you pronounce that?
Ranish.
Omar.
What is up, Ranish Omar? Thanks for joining us.
All you guys in the chat. Leo Factor 1.
Leo,
good to see you,
Leo
brother.
Factor, where have you been, my man? J2K, what's up? Great to see you. J2K, we were just talking about having you on the show.
Yes.
Hit me up. Let me know if you want to come on ASAP. We'll have you on with us.
I got to give you a call before I get you to come on because I need you to do something when you come on there, J2K.
J2K.
Okay.
Goes Dan.
Brew Hall 7, Steve Grunwald, all you guys in the chat. Again, thank you guys. Thank you for spending your Thursday night with us. We appreciate it. Man, where's Shorty go? He left?
Yeah, I think he died.
Yeah, okay. Well, like you said, we have a special guest tonight. Can't really call him a guest. He's a true friend of the show. Started with us. Without further ado, welcome the one, the only, Triple R. What's happening, man?
What's going on, my people? What's going on?
Nothing much, man.
Trips.
It is so good to see you not in the hospital. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. But I was back there in the green room, and PJ, there's an expression: loose lips sink ships. And that's why you're not getting Chase Young on this team, because you couldn't keep it in your pants. So big up to you. Oh shit, Uncle fucking Foster. What up, baby boy?
Triple R, man. At least there's no Dilaudid and bourbon tonight. The hospital stayed.
Well, Lord at least.
It's the face, man.
What's going on, Mr. Chips?
What's up, Triple R?
Nice to
Looking
meet
good,
you.
brother.
Thank you. Back at you. And Walt, what's going on, my brother?
Good, man.
Peter, right on. So what's going on, fellas? Where's Shorty going? We just hanging out? What are we doing tonight? We talking free agent sign-ins, or how Poe's an asshole, or how Poe's is a genius, or what are we doing?
Well, I'm just going to put a disclaimer out there. I didn't really spoil it about you being our guest tonight. I didn't really spoil it.
I missed it. My damn.
You missed what?
I missed the opener of bringing Triple R on, man.
Oh, well, get a better internet service. Yeah.
It's that Mac, PJ. Just,
It's not the Mac.
I can't talk about that, Walt. I got a Mac too now, so I can't say that.
Camera is a piece of crap. It keeps cutting me out. That's why I tried to unplug it, but I unplugged my Ethernet connection to my computer by unplugging the whole thing. So
it's all good, Shorty. We see you. How you doing, baby boy?
Dude, Triple R, what is up, my man?
Just cool. I can't call it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what we doing here in Chicago as a fan base, but I'm sure we'll get into that. But it's just blowing my mind. It is.
I bet it is. I miss hearing your voice. I miss you making our asses laugh our asses off. And it's great to have you on the show with us again. Good to see your face.
Well, it's good to be seen and a little self promotion, even though that there isn't content up yet. We are doing a holistic approach to the Bears Chicago sports content creation, a mind, body, soul kind of thing. So me and the group of guys I'm putting together, we trying to have it out, but we getting all the production all tight, so on YouTube tripping. I don't nobody, claiming that that's our shit. Cause it ain't gonna be, because it's all original. So sports Chicago style, check us out on the YouTube and follow and the Twitter, the X, whatever the fuck it is, all that good stuff.
Is your channel up and running now?
The channel is up, but I have not uploaded content as of yet, but it's coming. Like Neon Dion said before he went to the Colorado Buffaloes, I'm coming.
I've been looking out for it, man. I've been looking out for it. So can't wait to see it when you get that going.
Word.
Chips Ahoy boy, you remember Triple R, right? You were on the draft with us,
I
right?
remember him back from the draft. He was in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
That's why I don't remember you, because I was high in the motherfucker.
I just watched that the other day, man, because I don't know why, man. It was before I even knew you were going to be on here. I was like, oh shit, I got to see this again, because it was just insanely hilarious, man.
Laying in a hospital bed, jacked up on Dilaudid, just like.
Man, that's that pharmaceutical grade.
Just goes for the best or nothing.
But it's good. And I'm just happy to be able to, talk some Bears with what is this? What is it? Still March? We're talking Bears in March, and it's like, oh shit, we're talking Bears in this March. So it's like, yeah.
Nice.
Well, by this point last year, the pick was traded, right? So
Yes.
That was March 10th.
Bears.
But Field said himself though that it was going to take longer this year. He said it.
Yeah, pause. I mean, people. Here's the thing. Let me. I got some shit I got to say real quick.
Get it out.
Stuff
Get it out,
mind.
man.
It's fine to pontificate, if you will. I see you, Shorty.
I love to pontificate. Way too much.
On what you think Ryan Poles has said in the interviews and press conferences. That's fine. As long as you include the entire statements. Don't cut off a sentence that will fit your narrative and ignore everything else. If you listen to what this man has said, if we decide to do this, I will be comfortable holding this pick closer to the draft or draft night. He keeps saying this stuff. If that, and so many of these toxic media people in the Chicago market. I mean, yes, Chicago's a place that, Bulls fans, we made a old widow cry at a memorial at a basketball game for some shit that happened 20 years ago. So, that's the fan base that we are. I get that. But when the media, so-called reporters or insiders or those fuckers are reporting information as if it already happened, vis-a-vis, i.e., now that we have Caleb, we're going to do this, this, and this. It's like, when did we draft Caleb? When did he join this team? Well, now that Justin Fields isn't here, when did that brother get traded? When was I asleep? I got to put this shit down because, I'm because they're speaking in absolutes as if it's already done, already happened. And that can be their opinion, fine. But don't be so one-sided with it. That it's like, oh, yeah, we got Caleb. I mean, well, obviously there's no debate because, he's Patrick Mahomes. So, fuck him. He's gone. Whatever, 7th round, maybe we'll hold him to trade deadline. I don't know. But, yeah, Caleb, It's like, well, no, that's not even correct. We don't even know that Ryan Poles will want Caleb, even if he does not trade that number 1 pick, which it looks like Washington is gearing up some capital for, and looks like Ryan Poles is willing to do. But even if he does draft at number 1, nobody's saying he's taking Caleb Williams. So pump your brakes, Chicago media, for fuck's sake, please. Okay, I had to get there off my chest.
I was just having this conversation with, I think it was you, PJ, about David Kaplan and how he has David Kaplan has been talking like they already have Caleb Williams. Are you Ryan Poles' best friend? Because if you are Ryan Poles' best friend, if I was your best friend and you were saying all that, I would be like, what in the fuck is your problem? You're ruining our chances at more draft capital from this pick.
Well, let's be clear.
You're right. It is an opinion.
No. I am Ryan Poles' best friend. That's
true. You are Ryan Poles' best friend.
Let's just be clear about that.
You had all.
And he didn't let the cat out of the bag tonight. That was his other claim today.
See?
DJ.
That's with Kevin Warren.
Huh?
What happened to the bromance with Kevin Warren?
Oh, me and him homies though.
Oh, y'all still cool?
Yeah, we homies, but me and Ryan Poles, we like that.
Yeah, PJ and Poles were talking before Warren was even around, dude.
Yeah,
We've got video proof of that, man.
Can we talk about Kevin Warren for a second? Has he's not really living up to my expectations.
What are your expectations, Shorty?
Good question.
Well, okay. I'll just. I don't want to take the stage because we have 6 people here, so I want everyone to have their turn talking and shit. But it's the plan that they had drafted up for the Arlington Heights property. The design, although I know it's not like the official design of the stadium, appeared to be a semi-open concept where it wasn't a complete dome like the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta and even Minnesota, stuff like that. To me, that really intrigued me because now you still have some of the cool air. If you need to dome it off to have a Super Bowl there, you can still keep it warm enough, but you still have a little bit more of an open air concept than most. And I was hoping that they would have gone that direction. But now these new talks about them saying that they want to now put a domed stadium south of the current stadium, that makes me wonder what's going to happen. Are they going to be able to play where they're at right now and be able to run out that lease for the most part until that new stadium is built? Whereas they definitely would have been able to do that with the Arlington Heights property. It's going to take a while to get all that going. And if they only have 3-4 years left on that lease, then it would be a lot better for them monetarily, right? But now they're talking about a domed concept just south of the current stadium on the lakefront. If you're going to fucking put a domed stadium on the lakefront, and you weren't going to put necessarily a domed stadium in Arlington Heights, I would much rather have some visibility of the skyline and some of the lake air when I'm at listen, you can complain all you want about the cold air, but it is what has made all of us who we are. And going to those games, and anyone who loves those games and loves going to those games for that experience, for all the good and the bad, the rain, I was at the Justin Fields game with the slide against the Niners 2 seasons ago. That wouldn't have happened if it was a dome. That's a memory that we will never forget. And as miserable as we were in that rain, it was.
Already forgot it.
Holy shit! What's that?
I said I already forgot it.
It's like an iconic image of him sliding on the field. But my point is, just to wrap it up, if they're talking about a dome on the lakefront and they weren't talking about a dome like that before, A, that's gonna, as a fan, I don't like that. And B, I think that with that property that they had in Arlington, or that they currently own in Arlington Heights right now, I don't understand why they wouldn't want to fully develop that, unless, like Aldo was saying on the Barroom Monday, that this is all just a ploy. This is all just gamesmanship to try to get Arlington Heights to bring down their price on the taxes. I'll shut the hell up, and I want to get around the horn, and let's go with you, PJ, and we'll go left to right. Your
Okay.
answer.
My short answer is this. I think Aldo is correct. It is somewhat of a ploy because, you know, you have to bluff in order to get things brought down. So as far as the dome itself, I thought Kevin Warren mentioned about the type of dome that's you can actually see through.
Mm-hmm.
It's being a solid dome, but you still can see through it. It's not retractable. I thought this was the type of dome he said he wanted because that's the kind that Minnesota have or SoFi have or something like that. He's seen it somewhere before, but it's something you can actually see through. Done.
Who has a TV on in the background?
Say it again.
Who has a TV on in the background? Is that you? Chips, do you have a TV?
I got nothing, man. I don't even have a TV here. Everything. This is the burnt out building, Triple R. There's nothing here, man.
He's got like
I don't know who's
on in the background. Chips does.
Yeah, I heard it.
You connected with us from the track.
I turned my volume down.
There you
go. I'm watching golf anyways. How loud can golf be?
Son of a bitch. So here's my answer, though. It just doesn't matter because there's too much greed, corruption, and politics involved. They're going to end up in Chicago, and they'll probably use land that they shouldn't be allowed to use. That's the way I see it, because Chicago don't want to give that up, man. They're losing 50 to 80,000 residents a year. They don't want to give up a dime. They want to get more people back in. So they're going to do whatever it takes, man. And sometimes a good leader can't beat the corruption, man. It could be a ploy, but then again, it could have been an entire ploy just to get that lot in Arlington Heights, turn it over, make money, and now you're forcing the city to make a deal. So you can look at it from every angle, but the greed, corruption in Springfield and in Chicago will win out, I believe, in the end.
100%.
Because you're just not going to believe those. You know, if they would do the right fucking thing and not screw everybody with the way they spend money, because I've got to spend $5 million on a committee to see how I'm going to spend $2 million in the community. That kind of crap.
Yeah,
they've got to keep that going. So that's just my take on it, man. I don't know. I just think they're going to win out in the end. If they do it in Chicago, I would much more love to see a retractable dome, or you know, even whatever they. I don't know. It's a mess, man. It's a mess. It'll work itself out. I just don't know how. But I'm going to say they're going to end up in Chicago using some land that they probably shouldn't be able to, because that was declared free for the people. They've already taken pieces of that. It's just a load of crap. It just doesn't matter because they'll get whatever they want. The taxpayers will end up paying for a bunch of this shit, which I believe Illinois and Cook County and Chicago taxpayers and all the taxpayers in the state should not pay a damn penny for any of these stadiums, especially the White Sox. I'm just giving you my opinion, man. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, and we got to pay for this shit. Sorry, going off. I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, publicly owned is what they said in their statement. By the way, okay, let's get around the horn here. Who is listening to something in the background right now? Is that you, Chips? Is that you, Triple R?
I'm watching the Bulls game, but the sound's off.
Is that you, Walt?
I don't know. What do you hear?
All I hear is a TV on in the background.
It sounds like somebody's watching TV.
Yeah.
Oh, my volume's down. I'm watching golf.
Wait, let's mute Chips and see if that. Nope. Is that you, PJ?
I was muted.
All right, let's mute Triple R. Let's see if that. Yep, you. Nope, that's you, Triple R.
Oh, is that me? Okay, let me see. See, that's why I did the mic check. Hold on. I got something for that. Hold on. 1 minute. All right, go ahead, mute me and give your answer, Chips or Walt.
Oh dear, Foster. I don't know. I can't get behind the whole corruption and greed kind of thing. I mean, Kevin Warren has seemed to be He pretty much has a soft spot for the city of Chicago.
I'm not talking about Warren, dude. I'm talking about everything that he's going to deal with.
I'm not saying like it's totally on Kevin Warren. I'm just saying like Kevin Warren himself seems to have a soft spot for the city of Chicago. And that's one of the things about being a Bears fan is going into the city itself and enjoying the experience to get to Soldier Field. So you would want to see them. I mean, I'm personally fine with them keeping the stadium in the city. I'm fine with the dome. You know, I mean, shorty, plans change. Plans change all the time. New data becomes available, and we change our plans accordingly. I mean, if Arlington Heights isn't going to work, it's not going to work. That's it. You know. So I mean, I don't really care what they do with it. If they keep it, sell it. Doesn't matter. If they keep the stadium in the city, and that's we're the Chicago Bears. We're not the Arlington Heights Bears. I think it would mean a lot to the fans just to keep,
But the San Francisco 49ers are not the blah 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 49ers, and the New York the Boston Patriots are not, or the Boston Patriots. The New England Patriots are not, where they play way far away. The Giants don't play in New York. I think it's you, Walt, because I muted everybody. We can still hear that in the background. Check your settings to make sure that you don't have your computer volume, your sound is coming into your computer.
It's the same settings I've used every week, so I don't see how it would change. But
all right, let's mute everybody. Hold on. I can still hear it. Well, it's got to be you, bro.
All right, hold on. Just turn down one.
Check 1, 2. You hear me? You hear me? Okay, cool.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
God damn, that's loud. While Walt's fixing his thing, as far as the Soldier Field goes,
you have the same headphones as me. Look.
Oh, right on, player. Right on. I see you. Trying to be like me. Okay, it's all good.
Watching the show and trying to be like me. What are you talking about?
But now Ryan Poles. Kevin Warren, he's done this before. So he knows how to get things done. And in Minnesota, the tax money that was invested into it has already been repaid with interest. So while I understand, the Blagojeviches and the Ed Burks of the cronyism of the Chicago machine in Crook County, they gonna get their money. You know what I'm saying? That's just built into it. That's just how that works. But as far as being paid back, I think that would be happening more so with Kevin Warren and this Bears organization than it would be with Jerry Reinsdorf and the White Sox. So, that would be the more prudent investment, in my opinion, if we had to invest something at all. And as far as the location, I mean, just the historic relevance and the picturesqueness and of being on the lakefront with the downtown right there. And, the friends of the park, they're going to kiss some ass because, you're not supposed to use all this lakefront property for this other developments. But, yeah, that's going to happen if they're going to spend that much money and keep the Bears in the city. And then as far as the property in Arlington Heights, they can sit on it. They don't have to do nothing with it. They're worth $5 billion. That land can be out there. They could raise goats. They could do whatever they want to do with it. Or they could build like a resort hotel kind of, area and have buses that shuttle to Soldier Field, every Sunday during games and have the sports book out there and all that good shit. I mean, so there is lots of options and flexibility that comes with having money and property. So it's not like they're going to get stuck with either or lose money on either.
You're right. Either way, if they have to sell the property in Arlington Heights, they're going to make their money back and more. Because they're going to get back what they invested to tear down everything. That's going to be
very minimal.
Yeah.
Very minimal.
I'm also partially biased because that's like an easy train ride for whenever I come home and visit my family. I just get on I can literally walk to the train station from like 2 places I would stay, and then just take a train there and be there in an hour or less, and then I'm there. It's for the people that live in the city of Chicago. It might be easier for them, but the people that are all coming around from the suburbs, the train station going to Chicago and ending there, and then having to go from there and now even farther south from where they currently are, is more of a nightmare.
Well, they're south by like 100 feet. Because the property that they're looking at building it is just north of McCormick Place. So it's Soldier Field, a big ass parking lot, and then McCormick Place. So it's not that much of a difference. It's still north of where the south parking lot would be.
So they would have to tear down the current stadium that's inside of the monuments, and then keep the monuments as part of a park. Meanwhile, go play somewhere else for however long until that is finished, like they did when they were renovating the current Soldier Field.
Right, like when they played at U of I in Champaign.
Right. That's why if I'm looking at it, I already own this property, and if we build all this, we can wait for the property, the stadium to be built, and meanwhile, it'll cost us less to get out of our lease with the Friends of the Park, and then we're only paying on it for half the amount of time that we have left. $540 million left on that. Gee, what? Dang it. Okay, well that's a wrap. I got nothing out of you guys. Somebody segue into that, would you please?
Well, let me segue into it like this. Those are some interesting alternatives, but this week marked the beginning of free agency. And
yes,
so far...
So basically, you're right. Fuck this subject. Let's move on to the...
I'm sorry. You interrupted me. So,
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. So this week started the beginning of free agency. Mm-hmm. Some say that Bears hasn't been busy enough in free agency, where others are saying Poles is being fiscally responsible. So with that being said, Walt, could you please put up a list of the signings that the Bears have made so far? Mm-hmm. Now, the first one was Kevin Byard. Kevin Byard, he does not count against, we actually signed him before free agency because he was actually cut and released by the Eagles. So we could sign him before free agency actually started. His contract was around $7.5 million per year, a lot cheaper than what Eddie Jackson was. You guys have any comments on Kevin Byard?
Love it.
Yeah, he's
absolutely.
He's good to go. He's an upgrade over Bojack.
It's definitely an upgrade. I think it's a very good underrated signing. They keep saying, well, there's only 2 guys the Bears really signed that are valuable to them, and I'm just like, you need to look at the whole picture. But I think he's going to be starting in that position, man. And if not, they've got it covered. But he will be starting in that position, and it was an underrated, smart deal by Poles. That's my opinion on it.
We put our pictures on the side there, or our videos on the side.
Look at his.
It is on there.
Go look at some of his tape, man. Go look at some of his tape and look at even though they're not, go look at the PFF numbers and everything, and especially his tape. I don't know how many interceptions he's got, but he can play the position and he can come up in the box too. So it's if need be, I think he's going to be a better. If you look at the film, he's definitely a better tackler against the run.
Right.
So for less money, value signing. I think I'm hoping we're going to be in a better position during the season than we were last year, because as the season went on, you saw what Jackson was doing. It was like, I was just like, make a freaking tackle, dude. Even last year, the same thing. Or 22, make a tackle.
Okay.
So I don't see how we lose on that signing, man. Somebody was going to get him, so he was going to be signed by another team for sure, for at least that amount. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah. Well, definitely a good signing there. He can definitely tackle. That's all I care about, considering Eddie Jackson there. And he's a two-time All-Pro, two-time Pro Bowler out of Tennessee. So looks good to me.
Cool.
And he's pretty cheap, comparatively speaking.
Yeah, we've got somebody in place that can hold this position until we find the next piece. And that's a lot of these moves if you look at them, especially for depth. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
Chips Ahoy, boy.
I like the signing. I was happy with it. Disappointed Eddie Jackson couldn't have been a better player, but this is a solid signing. So
No, I hear you, man. Less money, better tackler, more of a baller. For me, that's an upgrade, right?
Okay.
Yep.
What about Triple R? What do you got?
Yeah, Byard, he's been durable. He can tackle. He's a veteran, so he has that leadership. You know, he's been on, playoff teams. And from what he was saying in his press conference, he's not being given anything. He understands that he has to come in and earn that leadership role. He sounds like a team guy. He's athletic on the field. It's a good contract, cap-wise. It seems like a solid deal.
Did you guys see his presser today?
I get a chance to. I only caught a bit of it.
I worked until 7:00 at night. No. I
When you guys get a minute.
I'm the moron. I'm hosting the show, and I am the moron here tonight. Like, I have nothing for you guys other than just
it's about 9 minutes long. So when you get a minute, check it out.
You catch it after the show. I didn't catch anything either, you guys. I was taking a nap before the show because I was freaking exhausted from the day.
Well, he one of the things that stood out to me in his presser was he said in his whole NFL career he has never missed a game nor practice due to injury.
No shit.
wow.
Okay.
That's
That
one of the
works
things
for
he
me
said.
then.
Sounds like he takes pride in that.
Yes, he does. He said he takes pride in his diet, his working out. He takes all those things in consideration, and he's a big film studier, so he takes pride in his craft.
Best ability is your availability.
That's one of the things he actually said.
Absolutely. And then, if you take care of your health like that, if this guy's stretching and doing everything, you got to be doing all of it to be playing every game, and you got to have a little luck. So,
Yeah,
that means he's smart.
He said he was kind of disappointed in his time in Philadelphia only because he was traded after coming off of one of the Europe games. I think the Titans played in Europe last year, and he came back and was traded on that Monday. So he came there like kind of mid-season or whatever, to where he didn't really get a chance to have an off season with the team, which he thought would contributed to his lack of production with Philadelphia.
Well, I know that at least with his body and work ethic and doing the yoga and stuff, that him and JJ have something to talk about with JJ doing that tantric yoga that he be doing.
Hey, he got help for that, bro.
Hey, you don't need no help if you do it right.
So you see, Peach, we go back to what we've talked about going back to last year prior to the season even. Continuity, because he didn't have the continuity with the team
Very much
in the preseason or in workouts.
true.
He himself expressed that he did not play up to his par, and that's part of the reason. So how key is it that we keep talking about it, PJ?
Absolutely. Walt, can you bring up the list again before we go to the next guy?
Well, yeah. Well, I wanted to talk about the other guy, the center that we signed too.
We'll get to
Wait,
We're going down
it's on the list.
He's on that list.
Next
order.
up is DeAndre Swift. We signed him. He was the first guy we signed in free agency. We signed him for a 3-year contract for $8 million per. Going around the horn, Foster, what you got?
Well, $8 million per, so it's kind of a value sign. I was hoping they, we all know, you guys read this, that the Bears were involved. There were talks with Saquon Barkley, and when that money got out of hand, as we said, Poles is fiscally responsible, so that wasn't going to happen. I didn't hear too much about them talking about Josh Jacobs.
I heard Josh Jacobs say that Bears was his second choice.
See, I I just, again, we got to go back to one thing, man. Poles is going to use his value wisely. So, but I mean, on the whole, I was thinking of maybe Pollard even. I don't know I forgot what he signed for because I thought that was a little more. But on the whole, we've got a running back who, what did he get? 1,073 yards rushing. He caught a bunch of passes.
200 yards.
He can block.
Receiving.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's got the skills to upgrade the position because Foreman here and Herbert were not like they didn't have the greatest season at all three phases of the game their position, I should say. So it's an upgrade. It's a value signing again. You know, we're still looking for somebody, but what was it, a 3-year contract? Some of that money was pushed back. So he's going to be here 2-3 years.
Right.
It was it a 3-year? I thought it was a 2-year.
Yes.
Oh.
3-year.
Wow.
It's a 3-year deal, man. That's all he's been doing because he's kind of filling time into making sure that we have quality talent as he's searching out these guys through the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be productive. He should be absolutely productive. He's kind of you could almost he's got Herbert in him, but he can do more, man. I mean, they can line him up on the outside. They can put him in the slot. So again, that's the stuff that we like is when you're multi-talented instead of just one-dimensional. That's what we're looking for. I just see him as being an asset. He will get us through this season. Hopefully he has a great year. I'm not going to count on it. You know, everybody 1,000 yards. 1,000 yards used to mean something when it was 14 games. It's a lot easier to do it today. So,
very true.
How's the offensive line around him? Just like with any other running backs. So, but I think it was a good signing overall. I think matter of fact, I know I gave that a B+ on somebody's show. So I'm content with the signing.
Wait. What did you say?
He did his due diligence. I'm content with the fucking signing.
You just said content.
Yes.
You.
What you got, Walt?
I can't believe you just said content of all people.
What? You have to explain this one.
Oh, he made a big thing about content because I said the word one time. I didn't even remember saying it. You
didn't say the word. You were sitting there going, "Wow, guys, that would be really cool if we could have Garrett."
I don't remember saying it. You're
I'd be so happy. I just want him to draft Darnell Washington. So I was like, "Shut the fuck up, dude. You're too content." That's what that was. That's the truth. It's on film, all of it. So there's no denying it.
Go ahead, Walt.
No, great signing. I mean, definitely had a career year with the Eagles. First year he started over 10 games. You know, so it doesn't have a lot of tread in those tires. You know, I mean, his attempts have usually been usually around 100. 151 was the max in 2021 for Detroit. It's also what he ran for 617 yards. But he started 15 games for the Eagles last year. You know, he did break 1,000 yards, like you said, which, depending on who you talk to, means something, doesn't mean something. But, you know, he's young, he's fast, and he should fit right in.
And he's a former teammate of Justin Fields at Georgia.
Yes, he is. That 1 year in Georgia. Justin Fields is my guy.
1,000 doesn't mean what it used to me anyways.
That's true. What you got, Chips Ahoy?
That's upgrade to the running back room. And I agree with Foster, the 1,000-yard running back. You know, I'm thinking running backs getting 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, then he's something then. So, but yeah, it's a definite upgrade to the running back room, getting Swift. So I was happy with it.
Cool. Triple R.
Yeah, he's a young veteran who's had some, success in the league. He's got a lot. Hold on one second. I'm typing to the chat. Make sure you are, liking, subscribing to Bears Country Productions, and sharing and all the clips and all that good stuff. See, there we go. Yeah. See, there we go. That's how you stall as a professional. But as far as Swift goes, he has a little more giddy up in those legs to break away and leave people, as opposed to like last year's Foreman, where he was more of a battering ram and would get tripped up at the mere blade of grass as soon as he would break out. Whereas Swift is going to go and do his best to take it to the house. So it was a good value-wise, cap-wise, as far as what the running backs were going for. So what was it, like $8 million or whatever instead of 12? For that position. Considering the guys that got more money have a lot more sus injury history and more tread, or a lot less tread on the tires. So, yeah, good deal. It's an upgrade. So, once again, it's an upgrade.
What you got, Shorty?
I'll say that my first thoughts were, after seeing that they signed DeAndre Swift, was I remember thinking I was going to be terrified of him on the Lions, that he was just going to ruin our lives, with that speed on the Lions. And then he got injured. Didn't he blow out his knee like his first year or something?
I thought he had more of a fumble history.
Well, I think he had an injury to his knee. Anyone in chat, can you guys clarify that? Or Walt, anyone can clarify that? I think he blew out his knee his first year. And so then my if I'm correct on that, my second thought went to, but he hasn't really been injured since, to your point, Triple R. But then I thought, like, this is a guy that I fully expected to kick our ass. And there was like one or two plays I can remember that were, that were against us playing for the Lions. And then since then, after they traded him, I really, in my own, Bears-centric world, don't really remember hearing much about him, other than now he had over 1,000 yards for the first time, which is good for him. But then I looked up his 40 time in college, and I thought it was like a 4.3 40 guy. He was more like a 4.48 guy. And I thought, well, what we need is a speed back on this team. And he just, I'm not sure if, damn near Brian Urlacher's 40 time is good enough at running back for a guy who's not been in the league however long he's been in, with, if I'm correct, a knee injury that he had before. So, but I do like the signing overall, because I do think it is an upgrade. It is a need for the team, but that does also bring me to wonder, like, why, if we truly believe they're keeping Justin, and not to get back to this fucking subject again, but if we truly do believe, then why would they? I would think that they would get that guy in the draft with all the picks they would get. So that's where my brain goes, just every direction on it, overthinking things, pontificating way too much. So overall, I'll say it was a B signing for me.
Okay.
It raised questions.
An upgrade.
It was an upgrade, but it does raise a little bit, like a couple of questions for me that I don't have answers to.
Upgrade with questions. All right.
I just want to say, guys in the chat, we have over 200 people in the chat. So I'm going to give you guys a round of applause for that. Man, round of applause for you guys in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. Man, truly appreciate it. We are the Bears Country Podcast.
PJ, let's get back to everyone in chat, because there's been a lot of people since we acknowledge them.
Yes, we have Antmus, Doug Van Dorn, Jay Grizz, Mr. Mayhem, Leonidas, Vizzo Joe, Jay Grizz, Plank, Trapica?
Trapakipa.
Take your time.
Trapakipa, okay.
Trapakipa.
Jason UK, Brewhall 7, Jason, Lenny, Doug Van Dorn, Cliff Victoria, Sports Chicago style, Triple R, Legal Factor 1, Jason UK, PZ.
You guys are awesome, man. You're literally the reason why we are still here doing this. All you guys in chat and all you guys on the panel here with us. Like, seriously, you are what makes BCP go around. So thank you so much. This is going to be a record night for.
Thank you for joining us, guys. We really appreciate it.
It is.
Is this you, Triple R? You know
what was the question?
I was saying, is this you, Triple R? Did you tweet this out to a bunch of people that you know or something? What?
Well, you know what I'm saying? When my network finds out where I'm gonna be, we pull up like that. You know what I mean? That's how
Larry Woodson.
Larry Woodson, thanks for joining us. Can I do give you a quick side story on my Trapper Keeper?
Crap.
it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I'm gonna make it very quick. It was 9th grade. I was a freshman in high school. I was in the lunchroom. I was enjoying. They had Slurpees. It was the first time that I went from middle school, and now we had Slurpees at lunch. And I kept every lunch I would get a blue raspberry Slurpee, and I was like, man, I love these things. And the kid sitting across from me, who I knew from middle school, was like, well, the only reason why you like that so much is because it tastes like your mom's pea juice. And I thought the whole thing out in my head, and before asking the question again, because I'm like, I've never really started a fight before in my life, but I'm about to. He repeats himself, so I go, wait, what did you say? And he goes, the only reason why you like it so much is because it tastes like your mom's pea juice. And I literally took my fucking Slurpee. I threw it in his face from across the table. I picked up my Trapper Keeper, slammed it across his head. He's sitting in his chair. His chair falls back onto the ground.
Get some.
I like climb over the table. I'm on top of him, just punching him in his face, and until I got pulled off. And then I got suspended for like 2 days. But my dad was like, wait, why did you get suspended? Oh, okay.
You can't be talking about your mama's pee like that.
You don't insult people's mothers like that, man. Got to pay the price. So, Trapper Keeper, that's my Trapper Keeper story.
But now, Shorty, don't like if you hit him like in his throat and crush his windpipe, you could be in prison right now. Huh?
Well, that's why I didn't. I just took my Trapper Keeper and I went bam right off of his face. He just went.
Fall back to his head, get a brain hemorrhage, die. Now you in prison.
You know what that was, Chips? That was
all enlightened from that story.
I forgot his name, Chips. You know who he is.
Point of the story: violence doesn't win, kids. Don't resort to violence.
I can't even pull myself.
Don't.
I think this is the first time I'm hearing this story. Wow,
Dude,
that's badass, man.
I forget who it was, but you definitely know who he was. And if I told you his name, if I can remember, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, that fucking guy." He was that guy, you know.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
trying to keep this show.
Of all things to say in a lunchroom at freshman year, eating like that's the thought that came into his head when he's having a slushie. Hey, that tastes like your mom's.
He deserved to have his slushie thrown at his face and my Trapper Keeper slammed off of it after that. That's all I have to say.
Wait, did you say it was blue raspberry slushie?
It was blue raspberry, yes, sir.
Why would
I had the kiwi strawberry, man.
No, he said the only reason.
Go-to.
He said the reason why I loved it so much is because it tasted like that.
Oh, not looked like, tasted like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Side note. Sorry. Moving on.
All right, Meek Mill and Puff Daddy.
Where were we at? We were acknowledging chat, and we were getting to what? Is it? Oh, so we're on the next free agent signing, right?
Well, Doug Van Dorn asked a question a few minutes ago, so I wanted to get to that first. Because what would you all think of trading Herbert for either draft capital or wide receiver and drafting a RB3 to sit behind Swift and Roschon Johnson?
See, now when Shorty brought up just recently with the Swift conversation, I was thinking about Herbert myself because Swift and Herbert are kind of redundant, and it seems like Swift does a little bit better than Herbert at what they do, and they are redundant. So if you trade Herbert and you now draft a guy who does have 4.3 kind of speed to pair with Swift, and then Travis Homer still there and Roschon Johnson back there as your power guy, now you're working with a little something different.
What are we going to get for Herbert? I mean, who's going to give us a wide receiver or something other than a 6th or 7th round pick?
Well, not necessarily a wide receiver in my mind per se, but just that pick. You can find a running back that can do that.
I agree. I was answering Doug. That's when he says this, Trips, I'm just like, well, what are we going to get for Herbert? What's the value on him?
A 5th rounder.
A 6th rounder.
Yeah.
He only has 1 year left on his contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I that's why I said us. What are we going to get for? What are we going to get for 6th, 7th rounder?
Well, yeah, but
if we get anything draft capital in, like from the first 4 rounds, there's a ton of talent in the first 4 rounds of this draft, guys. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, we're not going to get that much. But
didn't they get a 7th rounder in Kansas City for Geronimo or whatever the kid's name is? That's been, pretty good. I mean, he was a late round pick. You don't have to spend a high round pick to get talent.
You're talking about their starting running back, the 7th rounder, Kansas City's?
Yeah.
Pacheco?
Yeah, him. There you go. Geronimo Pacheco, some kind of O.
You gotta be able to find a guy and draft him and have a little luck. I remember watching his film and I'm going, somebody's going to be happy with him, but I didn't think he'd be that as good as he's been. But look what he's playing behind and who he's playing with.
Okay.
And he's got those happy feet. The guy, his feet never stop moving, man.
Squeegee. Eric Christensen.
What are we actually going to get for him? And I'm like, you run the year out with Herbert because he's probably now he could actually be your RB3 because you've got Roshan for change of pace. If the guy would get the cement out of his shoes and maybe show some agility, he is a 3-down back because he can block, he can catch passes, he can run. But it's like when he gets to that second level, he doesn't have the cut. Something's missing. Something's got to be coached up. If it can be, I don't know.
Before we go back to the free agency, I want to let's address Greg B's question there.
Yeah, I was going to just say that. Thank you.
Instead of Foles bringing in pennies to free agency, you think not getting any wide receiver free agent is a good move?
I do.
Go
ahead, PJ.
I'll say this. I think that Foles will bring in a free agent wide receiver at some point. It just won't be one of the high dollar ones. I can see somebody like a Donovan Peoples-Jones, somebody like that, someone less than $5 million, and then actually drafting 2 wide receivers in the draft. What do you got, Foster?
I very similar. I'm not even going to say he's going to bring in a free agent. It's possible, but you look at who was just signed today, even. I mean, and what they're getting now. Okay. Overpaying on these guys, and it's just not Poles' MO. I truly believe he's going to trade back and double dip on wide receivers. He did it on defensive tackles last year. So I mean that's where I think we're gonna make our move. It's possible he could bring somebody in. Everybody's complaining about how he's getting cheap free agents. What he's basically done is give us something we haven't had in 2 years, and that's depth. He's working on that offensive line because he spent last year working on the defensive line. So they could, I'm sure he's looking. A matter of fact, I read something today because I haven't been able to check continuously like I normally do, but there was some talk of him with some wide receiver. I just don't remember what it was, or if somebody was already signed. I might have read it, like after the fact. Yeah, Poles did talk to him, but so it's Poles, Greg. I'm talking specifically to Greg B. It's Poles, man. He's going to look at every avenue and check all the options because we're still rebuilding, man. This ain't a playoff Super Bowl bound team, as we all know. It just isn't. But the options there, man. If the deal's right, for a free agent wide receiver that is capable within this system, and Fields believes he has the capabilities, and so does the offensive, the new guys on the offense, because I'm sure there's input from Waldron and his guys. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Offensive coordinator?
Yeah, Shane Waldron,
right. So, it's possible. Like I said, he's covering all the bases, man. We see it. We see it every day. He's always doing something.
Walt?
Yeah, I understand his logic behind what he's trying to do here, to be more, fiscally responsible in terms of the cap. Like I was saying to Doug Van Dorn earlier in the show, it does seem like the needle's kind of moving towards a trade of the pick versus the trade of the quarterback. Just because if he was going to go with a Caleb Williams type, you're more than likely going to you have to pick up somebody in free agency. to fill the void, because you're not going to have the picks to do it in the draft as we sit currently. Now, in terms of free agent wide receivers, PJ, you brought up a good one. Donovan Peoples-Jones is still out there. Tyler Boyd, and then Marquise Hollywood Brown from Arizona. But after that, the wide receiver class is kind of muddled. There's no real standouts that you could go. I mean, there's some okay guys, but I don't know if they're anything better than what we have, really. But the wide receiver class is extremely deep right now.
Yep.
So you're probably going to be able to get something fairly serviceable, better than anything that's on the list right now, up until probably the 4th or the 5th round, depending on how things fall and who goes where.
What you got, Chips?
I like what Walt said there at the end. With this wide receiver draft class, and then just the way Poles has been pretty smart with the money. So I don't foresee him getting all crazy overspending with the free agents and the wide receivers. So get something in the draft that you could probably get if you were to do the free agency route. So,
a lot of what fans, we're short-sighted because we want shit right fucking now. We want all the top names. It doesn't matter how much, spend some money. Let's take some swings at some guys. But if you look at the guys that were available, it's like, wait, they went for how much? And how old are they? Oh, get the fuck out of here. And it's like, nah. All right, so you spend all this money and there's no guarantee that they're going to work out. So, you look at how Poles is not afraid to double dip at positions, whether it be defensive tackle, whether it be cornerback. And when you see mid-ass wide receivers getting $20 million a year, it's like, oh yeah, we're definitely double dipping at wide receiver in the draft. And it's like, well, there's no way we can do that with 2 picks or 5 picks. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Who are we talking about here? Ryan Poles, flexibility, value. He's going to take that one some bitch at number 1 and not trade back. He's a professional scout. That's how he made his bones. He's not going to, blow his wad in free agency on guys that already made their names. He's going to try to identify the young guys who have not made their names yet, who will make their names, and then get to the point to the team where it's like, okay, well, we got 2 guys at this position. We need to pay one or trade one. Yeah, guess what? Now we can. Now we have trade value because we get good players. And if they leave, we get comp picks because that's what good teams do. They build the depth with talent, enough talent. So when that talent leaves, it's worth a starting position to other teams. We just got finished tearing this shit down. And everybody wants to win now. That's not how it works. Ryan Poles has said out of his mouth, he understood with Virginia McCaskey and the McCaskey family, their owners, his bosses, that this would take time. Be patient. Build through the draft, which is what he's doing. He's paid JJ. He paid Sweat and traded for him, which really should be, counted for this free agent, season, this off season, as far as moves go. So, he is spending money. He is making moves, trading draft picks high and low, the 5th rounder for the offensive lineman from Buffalo. So he's making moves, and he's never been one to shy away from picks. Yeah, those are easy to get. That one little off-the-cuff comment that he made lets you know it's like, oh, I'll trade this shit up and down all day. And so with that value, there is no way he's not trading back. So I would expect at least 2. Like, let's say we could get in a Doomsday Neighbors top 10 type of guy, and then go back in the 2nd, 3rd round and get a Rice or, type guy. And then, a couple UDFAs. So wide receiver will be addressed, but not by name expensive guys, and I ain't mad at it.
What you got, Shorty?
The 1-year signings, there's been a lot of offensive linemen that they just signed. 1-year contracts. I'm hoping that doesn't I hope that Tevin Jenkins is in their plans, assuming he can stay healthy, because like we've talked about all year long, it's like just run it to the right side, and when you get down in the 3-point stance, tell everybody we're running to the right fucking side and stop us, because they couldn't. You could tell them that you were running to the right. We're going power right. They could not stop that with Tevin Jenkins next to Darnell Wright. So all the players that they've signed to 1-year deals on the offensive line.
Talking about wide receivers.
I know. Sorry,
okay.
We are talking about wide receivers, but I'm kind of getting to the point of. I think that whatever they're doing, he's currently just building depth. So, them not signing a wide receiver yet, I do wonder what that means. Do they plan on getting 2 wide receivers in this draft, but with the trade down? Because everything that they're doing right now just tells me that they're building depth for when they trade that pick and then add a shitload of draft capital to the team. Because we've said this a million times before. He treats draft picks like gold bars. So I made a bet with Sigmund Chips. It was a lunch bet that they are not trading Justin because he thinks they're going Caleb. And
is anybody reading the bottom of our page?
Yes.
Stupid. Bears have trade. Wait, I saw somebody say that in chat. Per Jay Glazer.
For a 4th
Yeah,
round.
that's the Jay Glazer tweet right there.
There you go.
That's why I lost my train of thought, because I was trying to look this up.
He didn't sign a free agent. He made a trade, which is,
is he from the
they
Chargers?
were talking about this all day today. They were talking about possibly looking at this guy since what was going on.
Do we know which 4th rounder it is? Is it ours or Phillies?
No idea.
It doesn't say. Nobody knows yet.
Wow, what does that mean?
How old is he? Alan?
Keenan is 31 years old.
Oh shit!
Yikes!
Oh,
So
I think I would have rather have Mike Williams for free.
Well,
Yeah.
Nothing's free.
I'm talking about as opposed to giving up draft capital.
I know.
I think as though we only have 5 picks now, 4.
But now, in what world is this team going to build through the draft to have any kind of value of future flexibility coming out of the 2024 draft with 4 picks? How does that work?
Again, like I said it before, the needle's going the other way now.
That's kind of why I lost my train of thought, because I saw somebody say that. What's up, Iceberg Slim? I saw somebody say that in chat, and I was like, wait a minute, I got to look this up. And I didn't see anything I just put in Chicago Bears. There's nothing about that. Then I came back to talking about the wrong position. I apologize.
Oh, you're fine. Let's get back to the free agents.
So Poles is not going to sign any free agent wide receivers. There's my answer.
Right. He's going to trade for one.
Right.
You got the easy answer there, Foster. We already got an answer to the question.
This begs the question: why?
It was a joke.
Why?
Why what?
Why did they just trade for Keenan Allen if that's true? Why?
Why not?
Because he's gonna give us. Here's the thing I wanted to bring up as we got deeper in this. I was going to mention this. A lot of these guys that I notice he's bringing in they may not have even a ton of game experience, but they've played enough to be able to teach these young guys that he's going to draft. So we've got these guys. That's why he's signing 1, 2, 3-year contracts. How many? I think there's 2 years left on Keenan Allen's contract. Somebody check that. I can't check anything because I'm on my damn phone, but we know exactly what it is, man. You guys remember the Charger game? Bears-Chargers game? So this just tells me that he's definitely trading that pick back, and I would not be surprised if the guy made 3 or 4 trades. Said it earlier, not tonight, but I said it earlier because we still got holes to fill, man. I mean, he's doing a nice job with this. This is another placeholder teacher, because that's what you need to do. That's how you build continuity and a team. where they're all together on the same page, man.
Well, it's
I'm a little shocked.
I hope the Chargers pay some of that money because this is the last year of his deal.
It is
Ooh,
Yeah, and his cap number is
then I'm not
$34
as
million.
$34 million. Wow.
Wait,
Wow.
gotta get the specifics on it. They better be picking up a bunch of it.
Wow.
Well, it
Because
says
that
it's currently
if he's getting $34 million, then we're out of cap. We're out of money.
Well,
No,
it
we're
says
No, we're not.
What are you talking about? We still got to have 15, 16 million for the draft picks, and we had what 18 million plus that going into today.
God, that's why I asked you why, because this move right now kind of shifts my brain back to maybe they are keeping that first pick.
Well, I mean, to answer your question,
Taking
Foster, the
Caleb?
Bears are sitting at $56 million right now in cap space. Effectively,
How does
$44
it
million.
keep staying so high? We don't spend anything.
Well, we spend little bits here or there. I mean, this isn't completely updated with the guys that came in today, but
Yeah,
you know,
that's why.
guys like JJ are only taking up $13 million next year, and we had about 84 million, somewhere in that range to start.
Yeah,
Like I said, it depends on the parameters of the deal and what this guy has, because that's a lot of money for a 31-year-old wide receiver. I mean, luckily that it's his last year, so it's whatever.
yeah, but a fourth round pick is kind of pricey.
fourth round pick in this particular draft.
That's
Is
awful high
very
on a one-year deal.
It depends on if it's a fourth round this year or fourth round next year.
It's still kind of high, the fact that you're spending a fourth rounder on a guy that you're going to have for 1 year and who's 31 years old.
And got to pay him.
And you got to pay him. So
I'm beside myself right now.
I think, I'm going to
This
give a
is
lot
so
of.
exciting.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it in my mind.
I'm going to give a lot of weight to the wide receiver coach. The fact that he coached the Chargers last year as a wide receiver coach. We brought him here. So I'm going to give him a lot of weight in bringing in Keenan Allen, so he knows he has an inside story, whatever. But still, on face value, a fourth round pick for a guy who's 31 years old, who's making $34 million a year, and only 1 year left on his contract. That's a lot of an investment, in my opinion.
1,200 yards.
I agree, Pete.
1,200 yard season.
Well, no, the guy's just he's a great receiver in my eyes. I mean, look what he's done through his entire career there.
He is 100%. Like that's the kind of guy that you add to this team with thinking that you're going to have less draft capital to get a wide receiver with, in my opinion, is what I'm. That's why I said what, why, like
But you
why?
traded him.
Yeah,
It's
I
one
don't
thing if
really
you signed
understand.
him, you traded him.
I'm really understanding the logic there, Dan, because if he was, wouldn't he just keep the pick then if that was the case?
Well, but maybe he's like shifting gears now. With maybe the draft picks that he is treating like gold are literally going to be for the gold of the draft picks, and now he's kind of shifting his mentality to more of let's get some 1 year prove it guys that are good. They can fill in and they can be better than the guys that we had on the offensive line, and we know we added a good special teams player. All that kind of shit, adds up when you're building a team. And then I just don't know. This is weird, man. This is
Keenan Allen has nothing to prove. Let's put it that way.
No,
he has nothing
absolutely. I like Cliff's comment. Trading for Keenan Allen shows the Bears are in a win now mode, which I would agree, because that was going to be my next sentence. Was going to be this is a move you make when you're ready to take the next step and win. So maybe Warren and McCaskey said, "Hey, man, we know you're building up the depth on the team, but we've got to make a bigger move, man. We already did a couple good moves this week earlier. We've got to make a bigger move on this. We got to win now." It just, I don't know, man. This kind of freaks me out a little bit. It really does.
It does.
And it is a fourth round pick. Vernon's saying it's a fourth round pick this year. I just don't know if it's 110 or what was the other one? 122, Walt, or 125?
Ours was a Philadelphia's pick.
Okay.
If you can
Okay,
find that
man,
out, for me, Jordan,
hold
I
on.
appreciate it.
Before you start, pissing down your legs or anything, anybody, let me ask you this. If Keenan Allen, who is a league veteran, successful, is paired with DJ Moore and now Everett at tight end and Komet with Swift in the backfield, who does that benefit more? A rookie quarterback or Justin Fields?
Both.
That'll benefit the entire offense.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, Triple R, because we haven't seen in a while, and I posed this question. I don't know, a week or two ago. Do you think that the Bears can make the playoffs with either quarterback this year? Yes or no?
No, because
We've seen it.
put it like this. This team is in the process of being put together. We've seen the offseason workouts of big Dexter, getting rid of that baby fat and ready to plug up the middle and everybody working hard. So it's going to take time for them to learn how to win. So with that said, those 3 games last season that were pissed away by the flus with the calls and the going vanilla and very conservative at the end of the game, that's 10 wins right there and in the playoffs. So given time to build and gel, putting a rookie in that position, if you have a experienced depth team, would be more beneficial than putting a rookie in the driver's seat of this team that is still young and trying to build the depth and get the experience. So even with his, and Lord God, he's so goddamn frustrating when he won't throw the goddamn ball.
Yes.
But as frustrating as Justin Fields is, we know he can do it because we've seen
the
him
throws.
do it. We've seen him fucking do it series after series, and then something happens, and that's it for the game. And now he doesn't want to throw the ball, and he just runs. So whatever the fuck that is, hopefully Waldron and, this offensive staff can break through to that, if we keep him, granted, let me, throw that in there. If we keep him, and now you have him and his talent and his experience, what it is in the league already, paired with this young burgeoning team. And I think that's more of a threat than putting a rookie quarterback with this young burgeoning team.
Okay. Again, guys, in chat, thank you for over 350 in the chat today. Thank you guys very much. Greg
awesome.
V did make the comment. Okay, guys, you got my sub and like. Keep talking. So, guys in the chat, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Everyone in the chat, thank you.
Let's get to some of the new guys here in chat. T-Fly Chicago to Long Beach. Thanks for joining us. Elements MC. Thanks for joining us, man.
Yes.
You guys are awesome. This is just this news is I don't know. I don't know.
T74. Demon Ice. I haven't seen you in a while. Demon Dice or Ice?
Demand Ice.
Just
so the Bears are going to start. The Bears are going to use the 9 pick on a defensive line. They're going to take Dallas Turner, dude.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though, that we're all sleeping on. None of us, from what Poles has said and done, have no idea what the fuck is going on. He's giving away draft picks like they're, Tic Tacs on Halloween, and he's getting this and he's doing that. And, this reporter's saying this and this insider's saying that, and they're opposing and that. And it's like, that's what I want from my GM. I like that.
Triple R. Poles actually texted me and told me he was doing that. I just don't want to tell you guys.
Way to keep it low.
I can keep a secret.
So, but let him back, let him know that, that's the way that I would logically build a team. You don't splurge on a lot of money, but you do go in where you fit in, get in where you fit in. So, fourth seems kind of pricey, but I don't know the goddamn plan, so I ain't gonna trip.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, Dan Poles is not an idiot. First off, And, if he's going to trade one of these draft picks, he has to know in the back of his mind he has a way to recoup said draft pick. Whether it's trading number 9, whether it's trading number 1, whether it's trading both. There has to be a plan in place. He doesn't seem like a guy that's going to make a move on the fly and just not have a plan behind it
No.
to back it up.
Yeah. The fact that he gave up
Absolutely.
2 draft picks in this offseason already in the last couple of weeks is surprising to me.
Mm-hmm. And the story out of the Chargers camp is they approached him about a pay cut before trading him to the Bears. He declined.
Yeah. I just was going to say this. I now see them definitely. Everybody's in the chat. They're saying Caleb's. Somebody said Caleb and Dallas Turner, and I'm going. Now I think he's already worked out a deal for that number 1 pick, and he's going to take control of the best defensive player on the board, and he can get his wide receiver with the other pick, man.
Well, I'm sure you
That
saw
leaves
what
out,
happened
that
to
leaves out your JPJ center theory, but and do you think that he traded him just for this one season? Do you think he's already asked him about an extension on that contract? Because I think he did.
Who?
Keenan Allen?
Yeah, Poles asked Keenan about it, talked to him about it.
Maybe. But
Because I just unless it's something like, yeah, well, we'll get into the season, we'll see about that. It's a huge move, man. It's just a
Humongous
freaking move.
I like
It's a huge
Let's go.
freaking move.
I mean,
This is this.
Foster, did you see the move out of Washington today?
No. Today I'm really bad on because I had 2 guys here working all day in the house.
Break it down, Walt.
Yeah, Sam Howell went to the Seahawks. Yeah, the Seahawks, right?
Yeah,
Or,
I did hear that.
Yeah, a pick swap. So Washington's gearing up to make a move. Whether it's stay at 2 or move down, but I don't know.
Then they've already made the trade with the Bears.
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, somebody had to listen to the picks up today, and if you look at them, we can easily get swap picks to go to number 2, take one of their seconds, one of their thirds, and minimum get a first round next year, and both teams went out.
And then from number 2, trade down.
That's what they've been saying too, and then it's because that would be a fit within the parameters. They even though you said 3rd, I'm hearing talk where they're trying to talk more of a 4th. So maybe this has already been worked out, and this pushed the button on this Keenan Allen deal because that would give him control of the board. Because crap, if he does that, could we end up with MHJ and Dallas?
Well, I mean that's the beauty of this because
now you've got your next wide receiver already in place, and you're keeping Justin.
We don't know what he can.
Crazy,
we got cap flexibility. We got, all the. I mean, here, and I'm gonna throw this out there. I'm not trying to disparage a little fucker, or say anything bad about it. But that Kalen Williams, he just looked like he's gonna be a diva and a half. Him and his camp are gonna push every goddamn boundary, to make them and build their brand as successful as they can, which is fine. But that kind of outside noise and drama is not something that the McCaskies are all about. And Poles even is like, wait a minute, why did this fucker take his medicals? Oh, I'm not mad, but I'll be very interested to know why. And I was like, oh shit. And then it's like, hey, we got the number 1 pick, dog. We want to meet you with you, ASAP since you ain't do your medicals, follow the rules and shit, pushing boundaries, whatever. He's like, nah, dog, I'm busy. I'll get back with you later in the month.
Well, that was interesting there, Triple R. Now he's been seen at the Players today.
You know what I mean? And it's like the number 1 team wants to meet with you. Other players have had their pro days already. Why can't you make time to meet with the number 1 fucking team? And you're already a millionaire, so a private jet ain't no big deal. It's not like that motherfucker's flying commercial. So whatever's 4 hour flight to us, it's a 3 hour flight to him. So how is it such a goddamn inconvenience that you want to be drafted in this goddamn league, but can't meet with the team with the number 1 motherfucking pick? It's just my ass.
Question for you guys real quick. Is Josh Sweat from the Philadelphia Eagles, is he a free agent?
No.
Okay.
No, there's been talks about possibly moving him or Reddick.
So in a trade.
Yeah.
That's what I missed about you, Triple R. Fish and spaghetti, motherfucker. Fish and spaghetti.
No.
I'm just saying. I mean, if we draft him, it's like you better be good as fuck on the field because it's gonna be nothing but drama off, and so you better be worth it. And I just don't know that with everything about Poles and that we know about him, he's gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna put our future on this kid's back.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of baggage, like you said, and Foles doesn't like baggage. We all know that. And that's why we skipped over Jalen Carter. You know, and like you were saying, Triple R. I mean, you have your basically your possible employer calling you and saying, "Hey, I want to meet," and you say, "Nah, that's fine. Let's reschedule." And then you go off and you're jetting around doing your other thing. You're sitting at some golf tournament playing around. You could easily gone the day before, met with the team and said, "Hey, this is here are my medicals. This is talk about whatever you got to talk about." It's not like you're going to go on the field and play. I mean, you could have done that right after the combine. You're already in Indianapolis. Chicago is only a couple hours away.
That's what they was trying to do.
Yep.
Wait,
it just keeps telling me that he doesn't want to play in Chicago, play with the Bears. I really believe that. I don't care what he said. Mm-hmm. He's got excellent people coaching him when he's standing behind the mic because he's not a guy that's going to handle that well, in my opinion.
And Leonidas, baggage is baggage no matter what it is.
Yep. We all got it.
Well,
what is that?
My guy Bo in the chat says Keenan Allen wears number 13. Poles is flexing.
That's funny.
I was just going to correct Notorious because I think he mistyped 14. Because that's the other thing about 13. I don't like the number with the Bears. I don't have to keep talking about it, but it's never been a good number. So I hope that Keenan Allen takes a different number. He takes
currently.
No, that's Scott's number, and he's gonna be taking 13. That's my guess.
Oh yeah, Scott will get some money out of it.
Is Keenan Allen a Hall of Famer?
I think so.
Did Keenan Allen start with the Detroit Lions, or has he always been with the Chargers?
No, he's always been on San Diego.
Keenan Allen is kind of like he's kind of like what's his name from the Charger or the Cardinals.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Like
yeah, he's that guy that's just been productive his whole career, played well his whole career, no matter what quarterback he had, and has avoided injuries.
Sounds like DJ Moore kind of following his path. Just saying.
Yeah.
And so he's a little bit bigger than DJ.
Yeah,
he is.
This is like any other team. This guy's he's going to be their number one just about.
Mm-hmm.
He could be
because who's the number one now?
Injuries in 15 and 16. So
did he?
Yeah, he only played 9 games combined those 2 seasons, and then backed it up with 3,000-yard seasons. Just shy of 1,000 yards in 2020, then back to that. So it looks like he did have a little bit of something in 2022. He only played 10 games.
I remember seeing something about his workout regimen. It was a pretty vicious. I just remember seeing this on YouTube. It's got to be out there still.
Sure.
See if anybody can find Keenan Allen's workout.
But let's look at it this way, guys. You get that old big body receiver. You now have a mentor to Marvin Harrison Jr. or Roma Dunze.
Absolutely. That's my teaching point that I was making earlier, man, and not just him. It's right down the line, center position. We got it right down the line, tight end.
Well, I think
the other thing, and I saw this in the chat real quick because J2K said this, and this would be great if it was Philadelphia's pick from last year, because then we really just did it for getting our guy anyways and going from 9 to 10. So it's a pure gift. If you think about it,
Washington will get that second round pick back that we gave him for Sweat plus.
I'm not saying negative, Trips. I'm saying we wouldn't have this. We wouldn't have the second if it's the second, 4th round pick, and it was Philadelphia's. That was just for moving from 9 to 10 and getting the guy we were taking at 9 anyways. So it's a gift because of that move last year. See, you know he's going to work some trades, man. We're not We're not going to go into this draft with 4 picks when we still really got to fill about 7 or 8 spaces, man. Just an opinion.
What this means to me is we're trading down, and
not taking a wide receiver at 9.
No, what I'm saying is when we're trading down, we're going to trade down to where we're possibly going to miss out on Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, that's no great loss.
Yeah,
Odunze, baby, Odunze.
Where we're going to need a mentor for like a Brian Thomas Jr. or somebody like that. I think we're going to probably miss out on possibly one of those top 3 wide receivers with this trade down that we're going to possibly be doing. So I'm not saying that we
hold on, PJ. Hold on, PJ. Hold on. See, here's the thing, though, baby.
Not if we go from 1 to 2 and 2 to 6. Giants are clearing space for a quarterback too.
Motherfucking fucking Foster. He just broke it down for you, PJ.
Well, that's what I was actually about to say. But
you're making all your nether regions even more greater than they need to be, because we can go from 1 to 2, from 2 to
6. Giants
for the Giants.
The Giants are at 6,
and then take Odunze there. You know what I mean? You know, that'll be the first pick. You know, after we recoup that capital, and then keep it moving from there. So there's so many possibilities that can happen that it's like, oh shit, well, this could happen or that could happen. Then a lot depends on what other teams do and what moves they make. So it's got to be flexible. But it's like, yes, let's go.
It really sets them up totally to be in control of the number 1 defensive pick in the draft.
Yeah.
If you get to 6. If you have 6 and 9, okay. So who's the first 5 picks? 3 quarterbacks, 2 receivers, maybe an offensive lineman, right? The first 5. 2 or 3 quarterbacks, wide receiver, because Harrison ain't going past 4 if he makes it to 4. It really sets him up to be in control of a defensive player, and he probably should be able to get Odunze or Neighbors and Dallas Turner, but he might want to trade that back and go back a little further and get, I don't know, Chop Robinson. There's a couple guys.
I think with the signing of the center today takes us out of the JPJ market, in my opinion.
Right. Agreed.
I think we'll be getting, if we get a center, we'll be getting a center in the 2nd or 3rd.
We'll be getting a center in the 4th round, PJ. Bortolini out of Wisconsin, just a guess.
Well, they had Chris Morgan at Georgia's pro day, so
I'd rather go with Cedric.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Give me Cedric Van Pran.
Well, let me ask you something, PJ. The same kind of drama queen stuff that I was talking about with Williams. Do you see any of that at all? Harrison Jr. with his combine lack of activities?
Because he actually asked the teams about, do y'all need to see anything from me out of the pro days? Because when he has pedigree coming from, his father's actually coaching him up and things of that sort. So I get it with him. Whereas,
and what did they all tell him, PJ, when he asked them?
They said, we don't need to see.
Nah, you're good, man. You're good.
I mean,
it's a little different scenario, man.
A lot different scenario. I mean, because he's not in the media. Well, again, I already said I'm not going to talk about Caleb, so I'm not going to talk anything negative about the man. I wish him the best of luck. But yeah, I just think it's different how Marvin's handling it as well as how Caleb's handling it. I think there's a drastic difference.
Yeah,
huge difference.
Yeah, and the good thing is, like I said, we're not putting everything on that rookie wide receiver we bring in now. Because before the Keenan Allen trade, you had DJ Moore and then a whole lot of nothing. And I'm a big Velus Jones fan, but he hasn't done anything in terms of the wide receiver position. So
agreed.
Really quick, a side note. I just remembered this. Cliff Victoria's buddy, who's now my friend as well, Curtis, was at the game with us. Foster.
Yeah.
He wanted me to say on the show that he really wants the Bears to sign Chase Young.
Young.
I will bring that up for you just for PJ.
Why is that a bad thing?
We're on a side note, but I wanted to. I said I'm like PJ has a man crush on Chase Young, so I will definitely bring that up. So if you're listening, Curtis, that's for you, my friend. There you go.
Well, let me address that Chase Young real quick, guys. Y'all know my affinity for Chase Young, but I will beat up.
Now look, now you get him pulled from the show, Curtis.
It's all right, PJ.
I would
fight. I mean,
I would take Chase Young if you can get him on a 1-year prove it deal. Go ahead, PJ. Don't let him do it again, man.
I'm done. Go ahead.
I had to fuck with you. Nobody's been pulled.
No, go ahead.
No, finish your thought.
PJ, we're in a perfect position to get Chase Young right now.
Yes, we are.
There is no market for him right now.
That is why I did want to bring it up for Curtis.
He left Carolina without getting a deal. They ended up going with the edge rusher out of Minnesota.
Oh, they did go with him. Okay,
yes,
good.
he got a 2-year, like 15 or 12 million, somewhere in that range.
DJ won him.
Yeah. So he signed today. So he skipped his Bears visit. He was supposed to out to Alice Hall. I mean, and Foster said you can get him on a prove it deal, 1, maybe 2 years. I'd be fine with 2 years. Nothing wrong with that. And he still has a chance to go back and get another bite of the apple at the end of the day.
True.
And you have a glaring hole on the other side from Montez Sweat.
Young wants money. He wants a long-term contract, and teams don't want to give him that because of the health. So that's a waiting game to be played out, man. He's going to have to break somewhere because at least this is everything that I've read. But ideally, and I'm Peach. Last year I was saying Montez Sweat was my guy, man. If we could get Chase Young in here on a 1-year prove it deal for say 12 or 14 million, something in that range, I believe was discussed. And even that could be a little more. They really want to get it at probably. I forgot. We got an extra 30 million or something or whatever it went up this year. That more than they anticipated. But that would be the way to go if we could do that. And
or even a heavy.
I don't see it happen, but it's a possibility. So we did give up pick 110, which was our pick. We gave up our 4th rounder.
Ooh.
Is what it is, man. Had to make the move. He made the move, man.
That's the price of doing business.
He said somebody else mentioned this in the chat too, man. What if you go in? I mean, this is insane, but what if you go into the season with Caleb Williams and Justin Fields?
Absolutely not.
Because you're gonna make something happen. You're gonna guaranteed to win. That's what you believe if you're making these moves. This particular move just still kind of blows my mind. I did not expect this move, honestly, guys.
Allow me to pontificate on that.
Wait, 2 questions. When did it become unacceptable to have competition in any room on a team? And when did it become acceptable to have, the fans won't be able to control themselves in regards to team decisions? Go ahead. No,
I wanted to say that if they did go that route, wouldn't it? Let's just pontificate this, okay? If they had been trying to trade Justin and the market isn't there, what say, like you just said, Foster, they draft Caleb, he sits for a year, they sign the 5th-year option for Justin.
I know doggone well he's not going to be able to not get pulled. And when I get pulled, when I want to sit up there and give my explanation or something. Stop it. Stop it.
I feel a certain person coming up.
Crap.
I mean, the scenario of keeping both Caleb Williams and Justin Fields is not fair to either player.
Absolutely not.
I wasn't going
either player, and it also devalues either player.
I wasn't going agent. No, but my point was it might not devalue if they can't get a 2nd-round pick for Justin this year, and he plays well in the new offense next year, and Caleb Williams sits for a year and gets developed like a lot of teams, it's been proven that it works if they can sit for a little bit and not be put into the fire. More recently, I think that has been the narrative than in the previous 10 years before that. It could actually raise his value. They can get a 2nd-round pick for him if he plays well. Plus the 5th-year option is there for the said team he's traded to. Then bada boom, bada bing. playoffs this year
No.
with a good defense. Caleb Williams
No.
comes in, he's the starter next year.
No.
That's all I wanted to say. It's
But
just
if we make the playoffs
But
next
you-
year, then Dan, there's no point in having Caleb Williams be the starter. Your quarterback just led you to the
and
playoffs.
you don't have the 5th-year option.
Right.
You don't.
You have
the
to-
team
I
that
know
you
where
traded
you're-
to would have the 5th-year
You
option.
have to sign him for the 5th-year
No.
option in May this year.
Yes,
May 3rd or 5th. You'd have to sign him by that date. I think it's
exactly. Well, that would be after the draft. So they would sign him to the 5th-year option if he plays even the same or a little bit better this year. Let's just say he doesn't get injured and his stats are better because he doesn't miss 4 games. Now he has a better year. He takes the team to the playoffs. It's really because of the defense, because the defense is like ready to go right now. And then if
3rd. Then why did you draft Caleb?
for a year is the point, and
My
For
own-
a year for what?
goes up for Justin if he plays well.
So I'm gonna give up a war chest of assets to have somebody come in,
Yeah.
sit for a year, and then if my team makes the playoffs, get rid of the quarterback that made the playoff run, and just put this kid in. When I could just take that and rebuild other sections of my team.
That was why
The logic doesn't make any sense.
That's why I asked Triple R if he thinks that we can make the playoffs this year with either quarterback. I think that if you were to insert Caleb Williams right now on this team with this defense, we could make the playoffs with a rookie quarterback. I still think we can make the playoffs with Justin Fields. Do I think that we're going to honestly win the Super Bowl with either of those 2 quarterbacks? No. So if he sat for a year, we made the playoffs. You insert him next year. Now he's been sitting and learning. And by the way, they're both learning the same offense together at the same time. Bada boom, bada bing. You stick him in next year. He's sat.
With this line of logic,
You're kind of
with
building
this line of
like the
with
Chiefs.
this line of logic, if I get pulled off ever again for any comment I make about anybody,
Pull out of here.
I know,
I'm quitting
I
the
asked
show.
the-
You knew that
I
was
know
coming.
I asked the question, but I didn't mean like that. That's not my thought because Trips. You asked that question earlier.
Get your ass
Or
back.
Dan, you asked, could we win with either quarterback? And my answer was no. I don't think we can win with Caleb Williams this year at quarterback because I don't believe he's ready to be in the NFL. I don't believe he is C.J. Stroud or Pat Mahomes or anybody else that anybody else says he is. My opinion doesn't mean shit. Jay Sanders, Chargers fans are pissed. Yeah, they should be. They just tore out a key part of their team, man.
Well, what do you think, Chips? You've been kind of quiet. Let's hear your opinion.
He's laughing.
You got fired up over that little thought there. You set up in your
What?
chair, Chips. Get your ass back in here, PJ. Don't be getting butthurt because you got pulled. That's what this show-
I'm of the position this draft can't come soon enough. So
That's what she said.
this draft can't come soon enough. This is all the back and forth.
shit.
It'll just
And
be
she wasn't talking about the draft.
very, very interesting what will transpire. So, but I know one thing: they ain't keeping, they're not keeping Caleb Williams and Justin Fields. So
thank
it's
you,
not going to happen.
thank you.
Don't
Thank
take
you.
anything I say at face value.
Well, trust me, we don't.
We don't.
Ca-
We
Ca-
really don't.
Caleb Williams is going to get under center and freak out because he doesn't know what to do. Sorry.
I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean, to go back to Doug Van Dorn, where he brought up the picks
Thanks for
for us.
pulling me so I can take a leak. Fucker.
Yeah, we go pick 1, pick 9, pick 75, and 122. You're basically going to throw that first round pick away. That number 1 pick if you draft Caleb Williams and keep Justin Fields. It's
It
gone.
makes no sense.
It's not coming back. It's not giving you anything
Absolutely.
right now.
It makes no sense. I mean, because the reality is, if you was to draft Caleb Williams and in the hopes of whatever, then Justin be your guy, then Justin continue to be your guy. If you go to try to trade Caleb later, you're not going to get as much as you can get for him this offseason.
As the pick.
Yeah, that's just the reality of it.
You get much more for the pick than the player that's been shown all day.
Exactly.
And if you go, like I said, if you go and say like Justin does really good, and you're like, well, we don't want Caleb Williams anymore, then that value that you had prior is gone. They ain't coming back.
I just
Yeah.
people on Twitter and all over the place are talking about that even happening, man. And it's It's just something that I had to throw out there because I don't see how in any way, shape, or form it would work.
Mhm.
At this point, man, you're trading. I'm
I know
trading.
Sam Rush said something. I wish I kept the comment here. I missed it. He was asking, or he was
Who?
just saying that Sam Rush. He was going on about how the Fields market didn't really exist, and Ian Rappaport came out a couple of days ago and said that very statement. They hadn't even started the process.
Oh, Samuel's spot on. Samuel's, he's a voice of reason. And the reality is there's no evidence that there was ever a trade market for Justin Fields. There was never or him being on the trade market, period. So if a team didn't offer, Poe's going to listen, but he's not actively looking to trade him. I think that's pretty evident. So that's what I'm saying. To J2K's point, us going in the draft with just 4 picks, and if one of those picks turn out to be Caleb, I think we're in a world of trouble because we have so many holes on this team that needs addressing. I think even with Keenan Allen on the team now, we still need 2 wide receivers. We still need 2 edge rushers. We even need a third tight end. We may even need another safety to develop because of the short-term contracts that we have on the safeties we have.
We have too many.
Not to mention, we even need a tackle to actually compete with Braxton Jones for a starting job.
Yeah, we're not gonna get that with 4 picks though, PJ.
That's my whole point.
That's the point.
Well, PJ, I just want to quickly go back to the free agent list here because we actually signed 2 tackles, Matt Pryor and Jay Curran.
Yep.
And then
I don't think either of them are starter worthy.
Matt Pryor was good. Matt Pryor was definitely good on San Francisco. And then we have Jonathan Owens. We have like 5 safeties on the roster right now. So I think we're okay.
Matt Pryor is definitely the competition for Braxton.
Yeah.
That's the reason he was brought in here, period.
Yeah, I agree.
The other guy, I forgot his name you had on the list. He can play all 4 positions. He's a depth dude. He can play all 4 positions if need be. I don't know if you guys, if you read it, you know that, right?
Who?
Jonathan Owens.
Who's the other tackle guard that they brought in? He's actually a guard, but he.
Are you talking about Ryan
Bates? Pull up the list again.
Oh, okay.
No, not Bates. Bates is a guard center. The other tackle.
Yeah, so you have Matt Pryor, who's an offensive tackle. He's like 6'7". Jay Curran's also 6'6", 6'4", 6'6".
That's the dude.
He also played offensive tackle on the Seahawks.
Right.
And then you have Coleman Shelton, who's coming over as was the starting center for the Rams last year on a 1-year deal. So I'm happy with that one right there. And it doesn't take us out of the Jackson Powers Johnson running. We could still go that way. He's only on a 1-year contract. Just depends on what they do with the trades.
True.
Yeah, well, if they go the route with JPJ, then they're going to miss. They have to miss on either that first batch of wide receivers, or they would miss out on taking Dallas Turner. Let's just use that name because he's number 1 on the list.
Yeah. And so if you go that
unless you can work a deal with the Cardinals somehow and get their 4 and 27, I think it is. But then that's too. He probably won't be available that late, anyways. JPJ has moved up, but we'll see what happens in 6 weeks, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. You gotta let Poles cook. Because he knows more information. He's pulling all the strings. So let him be the puppet master. While this team is built, and something that really, one of the things that really annoy me, grinds my gears, if you will, is when people say that, we have to go all in or in win now mode. Everything that Poles has said is he wants a consistent winner. So there is no win now mode. It's going to be build a team that has resources going forward, that's smart financially, that keeps rotating in older veterans with smart contracts with infusion of youth, and keep it moving from there. So there is no window that we have to win by, in my opinion.
Well, let's just change the terminology. Let's just call it pushing it to the next level.
There you go. I wanted to throw this in because you guys, Samuel said it in the chat. forgot about. Remember they signed Charles Johnson, the dude, the other wide receiver that was on the Giants 2 years ago that we had last year.
Colin Johnson,
Yeah, 6 foot 7.
Yeah. So I mean, we do have a fourth wide receiver right now. I mean, if you count, you got Vellis, Scott. I don't know who's going to be where, but the room is filled, and there's no Claypool.
So, honestly, Johnson probably ended up on the practice
squad. That's an upgrade from the beginning of last season.
Hey, seriously, we can't make fun of that dude because he done, fucked off his whole NFL career, and it's like, dude, so talented, Golden Domer, and now what the fuck?
No, I was just saying that Johnson's more likely to end up on the practice squad to start the year.
I'm looking at Keenan Allen's contract here, and he's due $18 million in the base salary. Roster bonus of $5,000. Are we on the hook for that $5 million, brother?
I don't know.
That's what we got to find out. Is we don't have the specifics with the trade, what they did, man.
Because his total cap is 23, but his base salary is 18.1 to be exact, and then $5 million roster bonus. So that's $23 million.
It looks like we took it on because it's saying our cap hit is $23,100,000.
Okay.
Again,
but
I like Poles. I know he knows what he's doing, but on face value, I'm not liking this one. Now, if we find out things differently, fine. But
yeah, I mean, we don't have the full parameters of the deal yet, so we can't really say one way or the other.
Yeah, he's 32. He's going to be 32 years old, 23.1 for only 1 year, giving up a fourth-round pick, our fourth round pick, and not Philadelphia's.
That's what makes this trade like what?
It's a win now trade. It is.
And by the way, if all these media guys in Chicago like David Kaplan are so absolutely convinced that he's gone, Justin's gone, they're trading that they're going to trade they're going to draft Williams and trade Justin, then where were they reporting the fucking Keenan Allen trade? If
they know shit.
They know jack shit.
We were on air.
They know what they're told. By whom they're told, we don't know.
Well, I mean, I think the one guy on Justin's team that put out the video a couple weeks ago said it pretty good. It's like these guys, they don't know anything. They're just news reporters. You can call them insiders. You can call them whatever you want. They're just journalists at the end of the day. But they're scouring people's Facebook, social media, trying to find whatever tidbit they can. In terms of real information, they got zilch.
Yeah, they got buckets.
I'm real curious to see how that works itself out with that trade there. That doesn't seem like a typical Poles trade,
unless there's shit coming behind it.
Yeah, I'm real curious.
That's what I'm saying. Trip is he's already got something in place prior to making this move. That's what I believe.
I'm really curious. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, this hit us like a brick. I know there was some rumblings earlier about the Bears talking, but it that's just rumblings. It's just like what you were talking about with their scour and shit for any little word that they can find that can lead them to some great assumption, because that's what it is, an assumption. But this just tells me I think he's already got something in place. I really do, because to go in with 4 picks and to make a move, and you're getting a guy, like I said, if this, I could have seen him going to like the Texans or somebody that was in the Browns, somebody that was in the playoffs, taking that next step. That's how big of a move this is to me. Because TJ, when you see him on the field next year playing for the Bears, if he's 80-90% of what I've watched over his career, for some reason he's San Diego. Whenever I see anything, he's like one of the actually he's the first guy I've looked at over the years because he's been there so long and he's been so consistent, like we discussed. So
solid,
it's just
very solid player. Let me be clear there. He's a very solid player. I'm not trying to just. I'm not trying to take anything from him. I'm just looking at, for one, the age. Given what Poles has done so far, normally he doesn't normally go for somebody 32 years of age, and then the fact that he's only got 1 year left, and then we're paying all that money.
Well said.
I mean, again, I'm waiting to see what happens because that doesn't seem like the typical Poles move.
No, it leads me to believe that more was discussed. It's just like when we traded, because you remember people were bitching about the Sweat trade. Well, dude, we're going to send a 2nd round pick,
right?
Yeah,
for this guy for 1 year,
right?
And then what? A week later, there was an extension.
But he was only 27 years old. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, so the fact,
I get it.
Yeah, and then I see what Cliff said here in the chat, saying that it's the 11.6 million Chargers owing dead cap. Okay, I understand that. But they say his base salary is 18 million. So 18 million is still 18 million. And then there's a $5 million roster bonus. No, we got a super chat. Go ahead, Walt.
Whoa, so this is Jason here, $9.99. Says,
Thank you, Jason.
It's because there isn't any leaks coming out of Hallis Hall, and the local media is bad. So they're all over Poles' ass, telling him what he should do.
Jason, thank you.
I will agree with that.
Yeah. That is very generous of you, Jason.
So was Stein the leaker?
And you know what?
Right? Think about it. I don't know.
Cliff,
what'd you say?
That's Brad shit. He don't know shit no more.
Cliff brings up a good thing here. He says Hollywood Brown went to Kansas City on a 1 year, $11 million deal. So is 18 million for 1 year really that bad? I mean, you kind of know what you're getting with Keenan Allen here.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not tripping on the 18 million. Mm-hmm. I'm tripping on the fact that
4th round pick.
What about that $5 million? Is that roster bonus on us, which now turns it into a 23 million for 1 year for a 32-year-old player? That's what I'm saying.
That remains to be seen. But even the 4th round pick, I mean, there hasn't been all that. I mean, you have Max Crosby out of the 4th round, Julian Love, Amon St. Brown, Jake Ferguson. But outside of those guys, there's hundreds of other players out of that round that have done nothing. So I see it as a good move. Definitely. It gives you that wide receiver 2 that can step in and keep your rookies, because we're definitely picking up at least one.
It's the kind of trade, though, that's going to keep me up at night wondering what the hell is going on until we know what's going on. It's going to make me overthink things, and it's going to make me pontificate things way too much. And I don't want to do that right now. I have
No. Don't blame this on your pontification. You're going to pontificate about something, whatever the fuck it is. So, it could be this. It could be, man, do cockroaches really live forever?
Can they live on planet Mars?
With no
Mr.
oxygen and shit? Do they really breathe?
31 years old for a receiver. That is kind of old, son. I mean, sir. Yeah.
Hey, man. If what's his face, Kirk Cousins can get paid $500 billion or whatever it is at the age of whatever the fuck he is to be guaranteed. Here we go. As he was, no, thank you.
James Ford is saying the Bears are only covering 10 million of that trip each.
Okay, now I can live with that.
We knew there had to be more to it because Poles is not a dumb businessman. He doesn't make a mistake.
What did I say though?
Or he doesn't reach.
What did I say though? I said, given face value, I'm not understanding. For 10 million, I can understand
it. Isn't that what we paid Njoku for last year? One season, 10 million, wasn't it? So
Njoku.
Now it's even a better trade because it saved money for free agency.
Now let me go back to what I was saying about Chase Young. And you pulled me up.
Crap.
Anyway,
I'm not even.
If he doesn't give the effort that he should give, I mean, because as much as I like him, I have seen some plays where he looked like he was taking off, and it's like, dude, you got to you can't have that here. You cannot have that here. So I would rather go with bring me Jared Verse after a trade down a little bit, and then he can be in that rotation to where if Chase gets tired, bruh, come out the game. I don't need you loafing on the field, and that's where that hits principle really need to hit.
Well, I mean, to your concern, PJ, I think that speaks volumes of the team leaders of the roster season's on. I mean, if he say he comes to the Bears, right? He's going to be sitting with his boy from Ohio State, Justin Fields. He's going to be, and you already know he's still training with Montez Sweat.
Right.
He's come out and said that. So if you have the right leaders in place, that loafing could go away.
Yeah.
But you need to have that right system.
And
I don't know if they had that in San Francisco.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, because he was there with his boy Bosa, because him and Bosa played together in college.
So, yeah, but even Bosa, we saw him hold out too. So is his head really in the game, or is it more just on the bag?
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I like Chase, but that loafing does concern me. I mean, I'm being, to be totally honest, that concerns me. So therefore, I would rather us go with a incentivized contract. Say, hey, you reach this benchmark, you get X amount of money. You reach this, you get X amount of money. That type of thing is the type of contract I'm looking for out of him. Because, I'm not trying to even just pay him $15 million. Because I'm like, look, I'll give you a base of 14, and then we can go up from there based on certain parameters you may reach.
I want to get to Tony Moy here saying, Shorty, the Bears will get a fourth-round comp pick for Mooney next year, and if Allen signs somewhere next free agency, then we'll get another comp pick. That's See,
I heard
about that, Tony.
I heard we weren't getting a comp pick for Mooney. Is what I heard.
I heard that we were.
Why wouldn't we?
Okay.
Here's the reality.
I always thought the comp pick was by somebody that you drafted and lost.
No, it's by who you lose. Period. So here's the thing: we lost Jones for $10 million a year, and we lost Mooney for $13 million a year. That's $23 million. We've gained Swift
$30 million in extra cap space.
No, what I'm saying, we've gained Swift for $8 million. We gained Everett for $6 million. So that's 14. So right now there's about a $9 million difference. Not counting these other contracts with this center from Los Angeles, the guy we just signed today. So that's what I'm saying. If it balances out, we're not getting a comp pick.
Right.
Hey, but check this out. As far as a critique of Ryan Poles, the Chicago Bears general manager, who traded the number 1 pick in the 2023 draft, which ended up being Bryce Young. And so far from that draft, shout out Lovey, we got Darnell Wright, beast. We just got Keenan Allen, Tyreek Stevenson, DJ Moore. Still have the first overall pick in the 2024 draft, which if we, trade back, who knows how long that golden goose keep laying those eggs. And then we still have the second round pick in 2025. So that was all from that one goddamn trade.
Yeah.
And here we
are.
And that was for a quarterback who wasn't valued as high as Caleb Williams.
Exactly.
That's why he told him, just go on vacation and unsubscribe to Bears Instagram and all that shit, because we don't want you looking at all the crap you're going to be seeing out there, because this is all smoke and mirrors seasons, my friend. Right?
Well, I'll just be glad when whatever he's going to do, he do it. Because
please,
I can only imagine Fields ain't going to be on vacation forever.
No. I mean, I guess one thing we have to do is maybe put a watch out for David Kaplan if this trade does go down.
Yeah, somebody punch that dude in his fucking face.
He might actually grow his hair back.
Maybe him and Adam Hogue too.
So nobody punch him in his fucking face.
Those two are going to be fun to watch if Justin
not that I'm advocating for any kind of violence toward anybody. I'm just saying, words have consequences.
The mere fact that the majority of the media in Chicago is saying that the Bears haven't traded Fields yet, but his trademark is low, but they still should be able to get something for him. Why are you still pushing a narrative that they're going to trade him? That's the part that just I can't even say it's making me laugh anymore, because it's like, what?
Yeah,
Just stop.
It's just not funny. One team goes away, another one steps in and takes its place. We're
Yeah.
gonna go through all 32 teams at this point.
Yeah, it's like, what? I'm like, just stop. I mean, and never once do you hear them say, this like a possibility that they might keep him and trade the number one. I never hear that.
Dude,
I-
hold on, PJ. Hold on. Check this out. So I was watching CHGO, those bitches, right? And they have the super chats that they be begging for nowadays. You know, super chats are good. You know, you want to look out for the content, cool. But they're like, have you done it? Have you done it? Have you done it? And so somebody sent in an actual $10 or whatever the fuck it was and said something to the effect of the possibility of the haul from trading down, you know, just to that. And they read it because they had to.
Right.
Nobody addressed it. And they just moved on to the next thing. Wow. And it's like, y'all not going to even address that possibility because in your minds, we already got Caleb, so that's irrelevant.
Yes. Did y'all see that? I forgot what show I was watching yesterday, but they showed the text or the tweet from Herb Howard. Did any of you guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait.
It's a tweet, because you guys know I don't have Twitter. So
hold on, I got you, baby. I got you.
There was a tweet from Herb Howard, and he broke it down beautifully. Oh my goodness!
Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Was it about opinions?
No, it's here we go. Herb Howard from Twitter. Nobody is reporting facts. Everybody is reporting their opinion. Fact: the Bears have not traded Justin Fields. Media: 31 other teams don't believe Justin Fields is a starting quarterback and prefer the likes of Drew Lock and Sam Darnold. Consider: the team that owns the rights to Justin Fields as a player does think he's a starting QB. Fact: Justin Fields has a job for which he is currently under contract. Media: Fields is still looking for a job. Consider: he literally can't be out there looking for a job. I get it. Everyone has their opinion of who should be the Bears quarterback, and that's perfectly fine. But can the reporting at least be objective? Can it be based in fact, based on what we know and not what we suspect? What we know is that Ryan Post to this point hasn't traded Justin. Any reporting on why is pure speculation. But if you're going to report on speculation, at least include the possibility that Ryan Poles hasn't traded Justin Fields, because Ryan Poles to this point hasn't wanted to trade Justin Fields. There isn't a football team anywhere, including the Giants, that would rather have Drew Lock as their quarterback than Justin Fields. Y'all have made y'all's opinions very clear. Can we please get back to discussing what we actually know?
And I actually saw Herb Howard on the Sports Zone Chicago with Sean Sierra this week, and he started talking about the whole opinions thing too. And what did I say? Like 3 weeks ago, guys? Opinions. These are all just opinions. Nothing matters unless you hear it from Brian Pohl's mouth, from George McCaskey's mouth, from Kevin Warren's mouth. Until that happens, it's all opinions. And him, when I heard him say that on Sports Zone Chicago, which by the way, you guys should check that out. I love it because it's a morning show, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. It gets me through my mornings if I can watch it. And they talk about Bears, Bulls, and everything. Is he eloquently added to that by saying exactly what you just read, Triple R, and it makes perfect sense.
I will say this, Leonidas, although I don't agree with a lot of things you say, let me make one thing perfectly clear. Herb Howard is not a fraud. He's a good quality reporter.
Oh, he is not a fraud.
He is
Absolutely not a fraud.
You may disagree with his take,
Keeps it real.
but he's not a fraud.
Right.
Fact.
That's the shit that you say that in real life, trapper keeper to the face. Tell him, shorty.
Fish and spaghetti, motherfucker. Fish and spaghetti.
Chat is just blowing up, man. There's got to be 1,000 freaking comments in chat.
That means that there's got to be some 1,000 likes and all the subscribers and all the shares to the Bears Country Productions YouTube channel. That's what we're hearing, right? Because from the way it's popping off and the discussion we're having in middle of March about our football team and what they're doing, what they could do. Oh, come on, y'all. Represent, support.
Yeah. You guys are watching the Bears Country Podcast. Please hit the like button if you would, please. Like, comment,
and subscribe. Brought to you by Bears Country Productions.
Well, here's an interesting tweet from the Chicago Bears X page. It's just 3 little chefs. It came out 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, I can't look at anything, man. So I got to get this fixed by next week, dude.
We got any questions that we got to get to in the chat? I think I had some starred earlier.
Yeah, let's get this. Let's talk to chat for a while, man, because you guys have been blowing this show up. You guys are awesome tonight, man. So let's chat with you guys for a bit. Jay Grizz, so with the 2 centers, the Bears signing one being a swing guard, does that signal we're passing on JPJ?
I believe so. I believe we would not be drafting a center in the first round because of those 2 moves.
Is he a first rounder?
I think he is a fringe first rounder, early second rounder. So I'm looking more at what's his name from West Virginia?
Frazier.
Zach Frazier.
Frazier and
Kevin White.
Frazier or Cedric Van Pran. That's what I'm thinking they're going to be targeting. Because the center we picked up today from the Rams, we only signed him to a 1-year contract. So that's why I think we still will be going after a center. It just won't be JPJ. Foster?
Definitely, we will. I believe we're not going to get JPJ, but you never know. I believe though that we are going to draft a center, like you said, Pete. We're going to pick somebody up that's developmental and hopefully within this season, unless something develops where this guy is just a great center and he fits the atmosphere, and then you re-sign him. But then you've still got that developmental rookie on the contract because, as we all know, looking at 3-4 different guys snapping last year, we know what can happen at center. I wanted to bring up one more thing about center because we did this already. What he just did, we did this last year or 2 years ago when we brought in Patrick and then made Cody can challenge for the position. Then we brought in Feeney. So this is a kind of a repetition, but I see what he's trying to do here. You got not everything's going to work. It's just not all going to work. But I believe that the guys we brought in, because the salary cap is not as messed up as it was 2 years ago by far. Both guys, Bates and the center both of these guys are better, are definitely a higher level of talent than what we had with Patrick and Whitehair and Feeney going back. And I'm just going off of PFF grades, which I don't, but just to use that as a parameter, statistically, they're both better at the center position, man. This really filled out. They really filled out their depth well. If all 3 of the other guys, and I'm not talking about the guy we just signed, Bates and the other 2 offensive linemen, we really increased our depth because both of those tackles, even their grades and numbers, are higher than Borum's was. So it's progress, and that's what I love is it appears that we are making a continual growth progress, and that's the name of the game, man. You're never going to get it right, but if you're making progress every season, every week, good things happen. So I just wanted to throw that in there because I don't know if we really ever finished that draft list once the Keenan Allen trade came into play.
Yeah, we were pretty close.
Because we didn't. That's where I'm at with the two centers. Go ahead, Walt. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just going to keep it short. I mean, does it preclude us from taking JPJ in the draft? No. Does it make it less likely? Yes.
Yes.
Simple answer. That's it.
And as far as depth goes in youth, Kramer's still on the roster. You know, we don't know what he could do. And other than the, top mentioned names in the draft, I have done zero draft research because after I got my heart broken last year and we didn't draft Tommy, I just decided ain't nobody got time for all that because guess what? I don't have all the information. I don't get to do the interviews. I don't have the medicals. And guess what? I don't get to make a fucking pick. So I cannot get emotionally attached to the draft like that anymore. So
I'm right there with you.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay, Trips. Polls will make it up to you. Just be patient.
That's why I'm waiting until draft night. I might do one, maybe two mock drafts like the day before. But other than that,
Real quick, Shorty, center's a tough one because you had two guys retire in the league, and it's been a needy position the last 2 seasons for multiple teams, man. Mm-hmm. So we could be very fortunate, especially if we are able to draft. As late as the 4th round, we should be able to get a center with that 125.
It feels so fucking weird to be in center limbo because it seems like we've just somehow always had a good center, from Hilgenberg and then Kreutz and even Corey Weisengame or whatever his name was. He even panned out on another team. And
you talking one that was there with Kreutz?
Yeah.
And then we traded him? Yeah.
Yeah.
To Kansas City?
Yeah, and it's just so strange to be sitting here like, hey, we still don't have a freaking center.
What was his name? The center. Yeah, what was it that we traded? What was his name?
Corey Weisenheimer.
No. His last name began with a W. I didn't remember that.
Weimerheimer?
Weimerreisen?
Fuck.
Riesenrasen.
Chad, help a brother out. What was the name?
I can't look nothing up, guys, or I would.
Corey Weisen?
No,
it wasn't Corey.
The one that was traded to Kansas City and played down there for a long time.
Come on, Jake. You know
here 2 years, and then we drafted Kreutz, and then him and Kreutz was here 1 year together, and then we traded him to Kansas City.
Weinerberger?
Yeah, I know it begins with a W. I forgot what it was.
It's just one of those, God damn it. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
We know his name was Corey. We know that much.
I don't think it was Corey, bro.
Casey Wegman.
There you go, Casey.
Casey Wigman. Yeah.
Look what I did to myself trying to figure that out.
Casey Wigman, yep.
But we have been, man. How many damn centers have Garza, Grasu?
We've been doing some centers lately.
Since Kreutz, how many centers have we had?
And now let me ask you this: what do you think the odds are that Tev gets extended or stays?
Well, that's actually the next question.
Is that the next question? Okay, cool. With all the cap space we still have, could Poles be planning on an extension, Tevin Jenkins or DeMarcus Walker? I don't see DeMarcus Walker getting extended yet.
No.
Tevin Jenkins, I think they probably need to see another good year out of him before they try to extend it. Because right now, talent's there, but the health isn't. So what's the offer going to be?
Yeah, I think that's got to play out. I truly believe with the way Nate Davis played and the injury concerns with Tevin are the whole reason Poles finally got Bates. That covers that position, and then he's also your backup center. So it is. I think it's going to have to just play out through the season, and time will determine. Okay, Tev, here's the deal. You're averaging 10.5 games a year, so we're going to pay you for 10.5 games a year plus your injury time. Something like that. It would have to be the deal pending on can this guy stay healthy from now on, or at least for the next 4 or 5 seasons?
Exactly.
That's got to be a big assessment by the team after this season.
Oh, absolutely.
I truly believe that, because you've got to look at If you can't have the interior offensive line is so critical. I mean, it's all parts of it are, but I mean, look at the problems we've had with our IOL the last 2 years, particularly the first half of this year and entirety of last year. And I'm talking about being able to handle the man in front of you and do your job. That's to Adam Mason. And I know you like him now, Peach. I know you're on him. He always talks about, and I was so intrigued when I first got involved with the stat, is from time of snap to time of pressure. Bears 2 years in a row were worst in the league. Carolina, they barely beat out the Panthers last year. So, and I've been complaining about IOL since the season ended.
That's a big factor.
What's the weakness? Everybody's talking wide receivers, get another tight end. We got to get a safety. Well, we've got all that covered. I still believe right now
Offensive line.
that's still probably our weakest point because we really don't know what we have. How long is Tevin Jenkins going to stay healthy? Is Nate Davis going to revert back to where he was in 22? Or is this whatever happened last year with the family stuff and whatever happens in your mind,
right?
Does that regress his play permanently? So there's a lot of intangibles and questions that are going to be asked to answer the question regarding Tevin Jenkins. DeMarcus Walker, I haven't seen the warrant yet, but he's only had so much time with Sweat, and that line is, it's basically that's their first season together, and none of them played a whole season together really, just because Sweat was not there from day one. We saw how it changed the dynamic, so it's really just a matter of assessment, man.
Agreed.
At the end of this season, I believe.
What you think, Walt?
No question. You extend Tevin Jenkins. Marcus Walker, I could care less, honestly.
I'm not saying you don't extend him, but to what extent is the contract? Tevin, I agree. Tevin's got to be on this team, man, unless the guy can only play 3 or 4 games a year and he's just done. But, we haven't seen that.
Well, now remember,
you got all the bases.
They got all the medicals and the MRIs. They know it's like, yeah, Tevin, he's a beast and shit, but you see this thing right here under this right there, that's going to develop into this, and he ain't going to be, shit in about 2 years. And it's like, well, okay, now maybe he got to go. Nothing personal. I'm just thinking, non-emotional, all right, fill that position. And with that said, Jatari Carter, they never put him on the practice squad. He stayed up the entire year. When he played, he was good. They just never played him. And so, he's in line there. They brought in the older, veterans with Bates and the other fellas, so there's a lot going on at offensive line, and none of which is good for Larry Bourne, I might add. But, it's a work in progress, and going into the draft with 3 or 4 picks, obviously, offensive line is probably not going to be a priority when you still need edge and wide receivers. So these depth moves and a possible trade back with some more infusion, we get a good offensive line going. As far as DeMarcus Walker, yeah, we can get younger and better and cheaper in the draft.
Can we address this Barroom Network $1.49 super sticker? I think that must be you, Aldo. So thank you. There it is.
Aldo.
What's up, Cliff and BC Piers? Podfather. What is a super sticker, man? I don't even know what that is.
It's great to see. It's great to see you, Aldo. Great to see you, my friend.
It's a $1.49 donation, so you can go get a quart of malt liquor and piss on some bushes.
I got a raise.
$1.49. What's with the arbitrary number, by the way? You couldn't make it $1.50? What the fuck is that, Aldo?
I love Aldo. I love it, Aldo. I love it.
149.99. I honestly don't even know what a super sticker is, though. I'm being honest. It's not because it's not a super chat. But Aldo, Barroom, thank you, Podfather. You are the man. You know that.
That was the last of all those budget for the day.
Yeah. J2K saying, Aldo, you buying Shorty dinner at the gas station after I just bought him dinner at freaking Gibson Steakhouse? Come on, dude, $1.49?
2 of them Thornton's hot dogs, man. 1 bun.
Leonidas, let me just tell you, man, please, bro, be nice in the chat. Be nice in the chat, Leonidas. Be nice.
Leonidas,
We've invited Leonidas on. I've told him, dude, come on, send us an email. Come on, get on.
yeah,
Be
we had Jay Grizz encouraging us to bring on. Maybe we can shoot Leonidas a link to join the show. You know, I'm going to be honest. I'll say this out loud because I have said this to Leonidas in other chats before. I think he is Don Burr.
That's what I said.
Don Burr was in the chat earlier.
Well, because he was in here.
But he's not, and Leonidas is now. You never see them together.
He wanted to make sure that he came in as Don Burr for a second so we wouldn't think he was Don Burr, but he's really just on two different of his own channels and talking to us at the same time. Because if I was you, Don Burr, I would do the same shit. I would make a burner account just to make people think I was a Lions fan and go on and create havoc between the chat and their
I don't
fans.
have that much time.
Well, Don Burr does. We all know that.
I just don't have time.
Well said. Well said. If there is any rebuttal to it, J2K says Don Burr has different phrases, but he could be trying to cover as a Bears fan, so he would change those phrases, right? Would you agree? I mean, I would.
Yeah, that's enough of that.
All comments are made by
question.
speculation. This is not an opinion of BCP or BCP Productions.
Well, they say anybody, with the schizophrenia or multiple personalities, each one has their own, way of speaking, their own accent, all that shit.
And listen, this is with utmost respect, Leonidas. If you are Don Burr, and like I said to you in chat a minute ago, please keep it respectful. If you are Don Burr,
We don't care.
I
We
would
don't care.
respect that you are doing that because that's pretty diabolical, I must say.
Next question.
That's it. That's all we had up there in terms of star questions. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we can actually look at the newest rumor is that the Raiders and the Bears are talking about a possible
Yes, Samo mentioned
trade
it.
again.
The Raiders, what are they picking at? What number?
13.
Wait, what
They
did I miss?
can't afford that. They can't afford what Ryan Poles is going to want to go from 13.
Oh, probably not.
They
but
can't
the
if they
fact that it's
throw in
getting out there
Max
at all is
Crosby
interesting.
and something else.
Just to go from what the Panthers gave up, I don't think the Raiders have that they don't have those resources as far as draft capital to go that far. And it's like, yeah, Max Crosby's good, but he's old, and he's expensive. So
What if they offer him 3 first-round picks 3 years in a row?
they got 3 first-round picks?
3 years in a row, yeah.
Oh, you mean 24, 25, and 26?
Yeah.
Well, that's different. If you add some to like that, but it's going to cost a lot.
I got to go off this for a minute.
Realistic, if hypothetically, let's say you trade back to Washington and you get at least a 25 first rounder and 26 second or third, whatever. And then you trade down again and then you get another first rounder for 25 and whatever future capital. Would it be more productive to trade down multiple times and maybe end up at number 6 with the same amount of capital or more that you can get from one team going to 13?
Then you're not getting MHJ, and therefore the Keenan Allen trade was worth it because now you're doubling down on receiver this year in a different way as opposed to the draft where they picked 2 players in the last 2 drafts at the same position and doubled down on them, much like the excellent draft with Tank Johnson and Tommy Harris.
Well,
he
I
did it
think
2 years in a row. So is this doubling down on the trade for DJ and now let me finish. Well, I'm almost done. And then now Keenan Allen, is that doubling down on wide receiver without having to use that pick in the draft that early?
What I believe he's doing, Poles that is positioning himself for any outcome to where he don't have to trade with Washington in order to get MHJ. He can, if you're not giving me what I want, Washington, I can go with the Giants and get a better haul than what you're willing to give me because I already got my wide receiver now. So I don't need to get MHJ. I can go for a lesser wide receiver, being Odunze or Neighbors or Thomas or Thomas Jr. So I don't have to set my goals on just one person no more. I think that's what he's positioning himself to do, to where if Washington's not wanting to play ball, fine, let's go to somewhere else, be it Giants, be it the Raiders, be it Denver, whoever. He leaving his options open.
Because now
New
also,
England.
I'm sorry, I just want to get this out real quick to throw it out there just to finish my thought on this, is if you trade down to 2 with Washington, everybody is pretty much in the camp that Washington wants Caleb Williams.
Right.
So now you're at 2, and who's number 2 guy? Is it Daniels? Is it Drake May? So teams are going to have their preferences. It's
Right.
like, well, the Patriots or the Giants, well, yeah, we'll take whoever falls to us. Yeah, that's bullshit. They're going to want their guy. And if their guy is not named Caleb Williams,
Nick.
that number 2 just got really, the bidding just went up for that.
Oh, absolutely. Because I think I counted last night that there's about 7 teams in the market for a quarterback. And then there's about 5, maybe 6 quarterbacks that can go in the first round. So you're looking at Washington, New England, Giants, the Raiders, Vikings,
Denver.
and Denver, as well as Seattle. Those 7 are the teams that I think really looking for a quarterback. And the ones available, you're talking Williams, Daniels, May,
McCarthy,
Nix, and Penix. Those 6.
Yeah.
So I see that Seattle hired Penix, head coach or offensive coordinator, as their offensive coordinator. So I'm thinking they're wishing to get him possibly. So Bears are in a position to where if Washington don't want to play ball, give them what we need. I mean, we can go to someone else now because we have a 6'2" ex-receiver.
Can I just get to this to Aldo?
Oh, please go ahead.
Another $3 super sticker, so I wanted to pull that up. Aldo, thank you. It just went from a gas station hot dog to gas station pizza. You are awesome. Thank you, my friend.
Guess what J2K said? Guess what J2K said?
I'm like shitting on donations. Like, thanks for the fucking piece of pizza.
All those are fucking attention whore.
We appreciate you so much, Podfather. J2K, what, dude?
J2K said, take that.
$1.49.
Retired, driving around the country, camping, dude. You're the man. Thank you. We appreciate.
You said, take that, man.
That's the price. Aldo said that's the price of one banana at the Thorntons down the street. So that's where the $1.49 came from.
I said, Aldo knows how much I love to use my banana on his bushes. And then I said, wait, was that pun intended?
Yes, now.
Oh, man.
Guys
J2K,
are
thank
awesome.
you for your super sticker. I don't even know what a super sticker is. I have to look this up now. I'm going to go off the show and be like, what the fuck is a super sticker? We appreciate you.
Whoa.
Excuse me here.
Wow.
Way too rough. $19.99 super chat.
$19.99.
First off, we have thank you for joining the show. Way too rough. We first time caller, first time. We appreciate you.
First time, Valentine.
Remember,
Get the little bear signal in there.
For $19.99, he's saying, remember, Ryan Poles is from a small market team, the Chiefs. Well said. And small market GMs don't spend a lot of money on free agents. They normally build through the draft. Well said. Draft picks are like gold bars. Poles is operating as a small market general manager and being smart with the Bears' money.
I wouldn't even say that's a small market GM mentality. That's just a smart GM mentality.
GM mentality.
Thank you. Way too rough. That is very,
thank
very
you.
kind of you.
Thank you. Way too rough. Thank you.
Cool, man.
Very kind of you.
Maybe
Thank you.
they won't ask me for $50 this month.
Can we get back to Sam Rush's?
Maybe you won't turn it down when I try to give it to you this time.
Can we get back to Sam Rush's question there?
Please do.
True.
I'm trying to find it.
That's right, BJ. I got it.
True or
Okay,
not,
yeah.
the price of the first overall pick just went up because teams now think they have to outbid the Raiders.
I think it all plays a part. I think the mere fact that I think I heard the other day that Giants was trying to move up as well. So that's causing Washington right now to be in a position of thinking, hey, if I really want my guy Caleb, I might have to ante up more than I wanted to ante up. And all these games I've been playing with Caleb to get him to like do certain things, it ain't working. Because Bears can just say, okay, fine. You don't want to play ball with me, Caleb? We can just trade you or trade the rights to you to New York. So I think the price had gone up, but New York's price also made it go up anyway.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Samo. And I hope your commute to Ireland's going better than it was last year.
Well, stop the presses. Stop the presses. We got another super chat here.
Super stickers, man.
Super sticker, brother.
What's going on right now? Jay Grizz, 99 cents.
Grizz.
Oh, Jay Grizz.
Thank you, Jay Grizz. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. Without even saying anything, we appreciate that. You don't even have to. That was very, very generous of you. We really appreciate you, man. Seriously.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And then Aldo,
wait. Got another one.
Aldo's nothing but an attention-grabbing whore.
Aldo is trying to get me to call him Podfather. You're almost there, Aldo. You're almost there.
Aldo's just trying to pay back his Gibson Steakhouse certificate. He's like, no, I can't have him out.
No. Absolutely love the Podfather.
$20 super sticker. Thank you, Aldo. Appreciate you, brother.
Podfather, you know what everyone in here thinks about you, my friend. You are the Podfather. Love you. Thank you.
Shit. Nobody'd be up here. We wouldn't be here. None of us.
None of us. What did you say? What did you say to him, Foster? This is all your fault.
I did. I was on show. I'm like, it's all your fucking fault, Aldo, because none of us would be sitting here talking about the fucking Bears for hours on end if it wasn't for you. And it's the truth.
It's 100% the truth. You've created how many podcasts, Aldo? Single-handedly? 5? 6?
Yeah. And then all the ones he's doing. And I would have never been talking to you. I probably would have never talked to you, PJ, if it wasn't for Aldo.
Oh, you was already talking.
That's
to
where
me.
we started talking.
Uh-huh.
What?
Yeah,
so
you was
Aldo,
already talking to me.
Podfather, let me ask you this. How do we get you and Greg Gabriel on the show together? Can we make that happen? Jason, another 99-cent super sticker. Jason
in the house.
Showing us that night. I can't see what kind of fish he's got there, but it's a nice.
I am honestly like sitting here beside myself and humbled by all of this. Thank you.
Tonight is a record-breaking night. We had over 350 people in the chat. Now we're getting all these super stickers. Thank you, guys. I don't know what a super
you guys
sticker
are
means,
awesome, man.
Neither do I, but thank you.
That's absolutely insane.
Truly appreciate you guys. Jason, Aldo, J2K. Man, appreciate you guys for way too rough. Appreciate you guys, man.
You guys, wow. I'm
Jay Grizz, just everybody,
snapper.
Man. I mean,
that's a red snapper, Foster.
Nice. Beautiful. They're good too. I mean, they're good.
Grizz, man. Appreciate you guys with the super stickers, man. Appreciate it.
And these assholes won't even let me give them any of it until I break even on the expenses of this show. These fucking guys, I tell you. Why do you guys have to be such good guys, PJ and Foster?
Yeah, hate that shit, fucking bastards.
Because
not you, Walt. You took the money.
Because
it's wherever you sent it. He's getting some echo, so he'll be right back.
Okay.
Because
you're like
I don't have PayPal.
Like, wait a minute! I didn't accept the money. What? You offered money? What?
It was such a problem for you to try to figure out how to give it back to me.
Well,
Oh,
Oh, man.
insanity.
Seriously. Oh, you good?
You ain't got to be giving up no back shots. People just donate because they like it. Ain't
No,
got to
I
be
mean-
boring.
I'm not giving it back shots. I'm having fun. You guys are
This is
seriously.
all in,
what
all in
did
fun.
what did Peggy say here? I put ketchup on hot dogs and I live in Lakeview.
Hey. First of all, speaking as a former motherfucker from the kitchen who knows something about food, it is fine to put ketchup on hot dogs. Just not Chicago dogs. Because
Way
Chicago
too
dogs are
rough.
specific
If Peggy's in Lakeview, she's in the heart of the north side there, man.
That's a Chicago
That's
dog.
my old,
There's no
one of
ketchup
my
on
old
a
hoods.
Chicago dog.
Yeah,
That's
if
just
you had
the way it is.
ketchup and mustard on a Chicago dog with all the fixings, that might be a little strange. But if you,
Peggy, you're a Bears fan. You can do whatever the hell you want. Don't listen to these motherfuckers.
you're
Way too rough. With a super sticker saying the Bears will most definitely trade the number 1 pick now and keep Fields because now we only have 3 picks left. we got 4. But I feel you, bro. I feel you.
way too rough. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Way too rough. Thank you.
Absolutely, like the Bulls logo with the 2 gloves on there too, man.
Oh, I love it.
Bulls had
Please come back and hang out with us again. Way too rough. Not for your money, but just to hang out with us. This is so much fun. Engaging with you guys and having a good time.
Or send us an email and come and join us in person.
Please do.
What did you see what Aldo said? Although we can read this one or not, but Aldo's my man.
Banged a girl who was on a period. That's the last time I had ketchup on.
Yeah, we're sorry, Peggy, but we got all kinds here, man. Oh, freaking Aldo.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
At the same time, you got your Red Wings. I should just stop.
Bro, ooh.
Red Bull has wings.
Man, saying that Caleb Williams eats hot dogs like a sandwich. By the way, Patrick Mahomes puts fucking ketchup on everything, including his ribeye steak at a gourmet restaurant at Gibson's. He would put ketchup on a steak. Can you imagine us just ruining him as a rookie, putting ketchup on a hot dog?
Only thing I'm saying is this. When you win 3 Super Bowls, you can do that.
Yeah, that's true.
You can do that.
Not in my book. I don't care what he won.
The other
you don't get ketchup on a
It's
stage.
A1 or nothing.
Oh my god! I remember going to I was taken to a Cubs game when I was like 8 years old, and I remember getting a hot dog in the stands, and all they handed me was mustard, and I was like, "What? Where's the ketchup?" And so they indoctrinate you at those events like that with only mustard, so that you have no choice but to develop the taste for only mustard on your damn hot dog, so that you can become a true Chicagoan because you only eat mustard on your freaking hot dog. The 8-year-old dad in me still has listen. Here's when I have hot dog ketchup on my hot dog when I grill it over the fire.
I don't even eat hot dogs.
I like to put a little bit of ketchup on my hot dog, as while I'm grilling it over a fire on a spit, on a stick, and I put a little ketchup on there, eat a bite. Put a little ketchup, eat a bite. But I wouldn't put it on a Chicago dog, like you said, Triple R. That's for sure.
Right. Well, the interesting thing about hot dogs, for those that partake, is that everybody will eat them different. You remember, what was it? Hot Dogs over there by Gordon Tech off of Addison. And they had all these, varieties of space age toppings on their dogs. And it's like, just get a hot dog with mustard and relish. Oh, no, ketchup and onions for me. Oh, give me one through the garden. Oh, give me one with all these foie gras and all that other frou shit. So, I mean, it's just so interesting that We can eat the same thing, but in so many different ways. And it's like
another super sticker. Another super sticker. Phil Rockwell, 99 cents. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Man.
Phil Rockwell, Sox fan. He's got the old Sox logo on that hat.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Are you Sam Rockwell's brother? The actor?
Man.
AC saying time to eat. I saw someone say, and by the way, Phil, thank you.
Absolutely.
Sticker. This is amazing. The outpouring of love from you guys tonight it's just kind of come full circle after almost 2 years of doing this. Like to see all this and see everyone in here in chat tonight. And
you got to get his comment up there now, Shorty. There it is.
Kaplan going to have to wear a disguise just to get to work after the number one. No shit. He's gonna have to wear a wig so nobody knows it's David Kaplan. By the way, yes. I have a book from when David Kaplan was on WGN Radio back in the 90s. And he was like the sports guy for like the WGN Radio morning show, if anyone doesn't remember that. And he had a full head of hair. And WGN Radio came out with a cookbook where everyone posted a recipe of theirs in this cookbook, and all the WGN Radio people. And David Kaplan, he has a whole page in the cookbook, and he's got a full head of hair, and his recipes for like barbecued wiener, like the little mini wieners that you would put in like a crock pot. You're like, I have nothing to input here, so I'm just gonna say, throw some smoky wieners in a crock pot with some barbecue sauce and let it sit for 4 hours. And here's my recipe. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Foster.
Miss Peggy Gubbins. My prediction: we trade 1 to Washington. They take 6W. Then trade back again to like 405 and take Joe Alt. Then at number 9, we take Oduze, lock and load it.
Let's go,
I just do not see the Bears drafting a tackle in the first round because of what Poles said, that he would want competition for Braxton Jones, not necessarily a replacement. I think if you draft a top 5 offensive tackle, he is a replacement and not competition. Just my opinion, Peggy.
Well said, PJ. We got a $4.99. Is this a super sticker or a super chat? Because I don't know what the difference is.
At this point,
it's super chat.
A $4.99.
My man Samo. Samo in the house. Samo, my man.
Just enough for 1 happy hour pint so that each of you can take a sip and pass it around.
Sam, I'm not drinking with these motherfuckers, man. No way.
Samo, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Samo.
This is my new character, David Saplin. Wait, David Daplin? I don't remember.
David Daplin, yeah.
David Daplin. I got some hair for Cap.
Samo.
How you doing? How you doing, guys?
Are you supposed to be Chris Watts with that?
Take that.
Accent. I can't even talk like Chris Watts.
No,
Accent.
That's the long-haired one.
Yeah.
That's the long-haired one, man. The one I can't find. I can't find a Chris Watts wig.
Samo, thank you. That is very generous of you.
Absolutely.
You guys are so kind. Appreciate you guys.
Man, I'm freaking out.
I may actually
man.
I may get a chance to get a raise. $1. $1.
Everyone gets $1 raise.
Oh man, I'm laughing at the chat. It's hilarious.
We'll send you $1 for joining us tonight, Triple R.
Oh, he woke up.
He's like, wait a second, what? Do you have my PayPal account?
Yeah, Zelle, PayPal, Cash App. What you need, dog?
You got what I need.
Cliff saying, Shorty, you gonna pay guys who were OG on your show? I damn well would. I know that much. I damn well would if they would accept it.
You know, that's a funny thing, though. Just like we all enjoy our hot dogs different, you can see reading the comments on like these trades. One comment will say fleeced, and then the next one will say overpay.
You know what? I was thinking about this the other day. Triple R. Reason why everybody say that Carolina got fleeced is because Carolina played so bad. That's the only reason why they're saying that. Because had Bryce Young actually played well, no one would have said they got fleeced. It's just the fact that they played bad. Because if, let's say, it would have been a trade with the Houston, and they made the playoffs and stuff like they did, no one would have said, "Oh, they got fleeced." They would have been saying, "Oh, they fleeced the Bears," because it all depends on how that player does, on whether or not it's determined on whether or not the team got fleeced or not. That's what it comes down to. They saying they got fleeced because, well, for one, the owner overrode what the coaches wanted, so they gave them a quarterback that they didn't want, and then the team wasn't responding to said quarterback. They had their hiccups, fire the coach, so your team is in disarray, so you have a bad season. You didn't get fleeced. It was just bad management on your part.
Wow, nobody has anything to say. Do I have to talk right now while I'm trying to chat?
Wait, where?
I was doing the same thing, man. I was reading some of the chat because I had this whole thing about. Could you imagine if the owner of the Panthers didn't take control of that situation? If CJ Stroud was on the Panthers, what the story would have been? What?
Yep.
You know, and then just the opposite. Where's Houston at that point?
Right.
Where are the Texans without him? So, I mean, that one. What are you laughing at, dude? Is he laughing at my?
No, I'm not laughing at you. The low budget C-Dub. I'm laughing at Peggy's comment. She said, "I think Poles wants to call some GM a pancake eating motherfucker." And it's like nobody wants a Caleb Williams birthday, so fuck him.
I like this, Peggy Gubbins.
Me too, absolutely, man.
Please come back, Peggy. We appreciate you in chat. That's some good stuff right there. Oh man.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think that because Wright as well as McCown, is that his name? They was high on CJ Stroud, and they wanted to draft him, and then the owner overriding that and wanting to bring in Bryce. That's why you pay guys to do that for you. You don't want to sit up there and interject.
Absolutely, DVD.
After the trade for Keenan, I bet Caleb Williams will beg the Bears to draft him, Aldo says.
You don't have to beg. All you got to do is show up to the goddamn medicals and interviews when they ask you.
Too late.
So he literally didn't do the medicals for the Bears? Is that what you're saying?
He didn't do the medicals. There's, as the way Greg Gabriel explained it, as that he's been there and seen the process. They bring in, all of the invitees to the combine, and they line up the semi-trailers with the MRI machines, and they put all these recruits under the MRI to see what's going on up in there, and if they want to invest all these millions of dollars in them. He blew that shit off, was the first prospect ever to blow it off. So it's like, all right, well, he didn't technically break a rule because there's no rule, but I'm sure there will be a rule because none of these billionaire ass owners are going to let some whippity snapper millionaire kids tell them how they're going to run their league. And so there will be rules. So Caleb did not take any of the medicals, and you can't make any of these decisions without the goddamn medicals. That's very important. So
well, he used the excuse that he said he didn't want all the teams having access to his medicals.
What
And
the
I'm
fuck
like,
does that mean?
yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how that works. And then I was hearing how Sean Sierra pointed out that by having each team do a physical on you, like he's trying to do, I guess, they can't share his information because of HIPAA laws with other teams. So only certain teams will have access now to his medicals, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like, okay, the way he's going about this seems like problematic, and it's like you're making it more of a problem than it has to be.
Why?
Yeah, it's like you don't have to go through all that.
Well,
It's like,
from what he said, there's only one of me. There's 32 teams that can't draft me, so I don't need to go through the medical process.
Right.
It's one medical process that they all go through with all the team doctors taking notes and sharing those results. He's applying to the National Football League. All those teams share information. So
Yeah.
what are you hiding that you don't want your medicals out there? And now also you kind of handcuff polls because it's like he wants to draft you, but he can't make that decision now. And so the league moves on. So he loses possibly, trading partners if that's the road that they want to go down. Because now teams can say, oh, yeah, we'll trade for the number one pick because they have to wait now to have Williams in their building to do their medicals.
yeah.
So the draft is October 25th. I'm sorry, April 25th. TikTok motherfuckers. How much time are we going to take to do all this?
And I think that's part of the issue. I think is the fact that I mean, for him to say that he didn't want all these people to have access to it, it's like, dude, you're not streamlining the process. You're making it more convoluted by doing it this way. So, yeah, you're not going to have 32 different teams poking pride in you during the combine. You're going to have a set of doctors going through it, but everybody has access to it. And I don't see there's no competitive advantage necessarily to it in my mind.
Well, I mean, the question you have to ask yourself, 2 pages, is what makes you better than everyone else that came before you?
Right.
Yeah, I just think it's bad, man.
And not to pile on, but this is the opportunity. These are every player that's at that combine is at a job interview, basically. And if you are Caleb Williams, the projected number one biggest dick out there swinging, why are you taking other guys' shine and interrupting their press conferences with jokes and shit? Let these guys get their opportunity to, get the spotlight. Whereas, I'm not going to do any of the drills or take any of the medicals, but I'm going to hang out. I'm going to find a camera wherever the fuck I can. And I'm going to, annoy everybody to the point it's like, see me, I'm here. Oh, no, take the stuff and do the stuff that I'm supposed to do while I'm here. Nah, I'm above that bullshit. That's for you peons. But I'm here. And it's like, fuck you, man.
And he's going to step on the field. He's going to step on the field in September and lead a team of NFL players. Triple R.
Having already made more money in college than a lot of people have made on this team.
It's about him, not about the team or the process. And that's
exactly what I said 5 weeks ago. Let me address what
Samuel's saying here. Samuel's saying, however, all trades are pending a physical. So if the Bears trades him to a team that he didn't give medicals, they'll still have a chance to check him out before the trade is official. That's the thing, Samuel. We will not be trading him. We will be trading the pick, meaning the rights to the pick. You draft whoever. So we're not trading him. We're trading the pick. So them drafting him before, it's up to them then whether or not they want to draft him without having a physical, because it's not on us. We're trading the pick, not him.
I didn't know this. Listen, Triple R, you don't know this, but I started a new job. It's been like fucking very taxing on my brain to where when I'm done with work, I can't even use my brain to do anything but drool out of my mouth. And I haven't really had the time to look into this. I've been relying on everybody in chat and you guys on the show to keep me up to date on what's going on with information. And you saying that he wouldn't take he didn't take the physicals and the medical exams for the Bears
At the combine. At the combine.
Oh,
at the combine. You take one medical thing and all the teams participate, at the same time. Like when you go to the military,
you
go into one big room and a line. Well, if you go to the MEPS thing, and there are a shitload of doctors just standing there taking notes. It's not like you're going through individual,
right.
Exam after exam after exam.
Understandably, I would not want to go through 15, 5 or 15 or 20 different exams individually.
Who gives a fuck what you want to do? You want to be in the NFL or not?
True. Yes.
It's a business, man. If you got to take a medical exam for your health insurance, you're going to take the fucking medical exam.
And
throw up all those comments, Walt, or somebody. The one about where he said, "I agree with Caleb." I just read it. This sucks, man. I got to get that.
Yeah, MEPS is all military. Navy, Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. Everybody goes to the same medical entry facility.
I can agree with you on that, Aldo. I agree with Caleb. He says, would you want people looking at your medicals if they had no chance to draft you?
How do you know who has a chance to draft you?
Yeah, I was going to say, theoretically, every team has a chance to draft you. From 1 to 32, you could make a deal in some way, shape, or form.
Right. And he mentioned something like Caleb was talking about. They were talking about it when he said, well, I'm only going to do medicals for the teams that can draft me. Well, like you said, any team could draft him because any team could possibly trade for that position. What if he doesn't go number one like he's 100% sure he's gonna? I'm just saying.
Well,
it's a business. It's a company, man. You know, the rest of us in the real world, we have to follow the rules of business to be in that business. So whatever, I guess some people are just privileged. They don't have to go along. They can do everything the way they want.
Well, Aldo says here, are the Chiefs going to draft Caleb Williams? No.
Maybe not now, but what about 5 years from now?
Yeah, exactly.
What if they want to trade? What if they want to trade for him? Everybody's going to have his medicals eventually, anyways.
Yeah.
How are they not? How are they not going to get his medicals?
To finish my thought, Triple R, I said this before on the show that my entire life, all I've ever wanted was the Bears to have the number one pick with the consensus number one quarterback, who everyone was talking about that guy to be the quarterback for the last 3 or 4 years. And here we are sitting here with that pick. So I have completely resigned myself to the fact that I can make a case for both. Is there enough? If we are all still sitting here going, well, Justin can still be this, or well, what if? Well, what if? Well, that means we don't know yet. We're not sitting here going, Justin is this 100%. He's the fifth best quarterback in the league, and at this time, there's still all of the well, what if Justin can become this kind of a thing? And this even the fact that we're having this conversation is enough speculation for me to still have thought that. But after hearing this, you guys talk this conversation right now, it just proves 100% that we've talked about this before. Do we want a quarterback who has made $10+ million? And by the way, that was just a number I threw out of my ass, and it's become true. He's made like $10+ million in college. Do we really want one of the first players in college history that's ever made that much money, which happens to be a quarterback, to come to this team as a diva and try to control us with that narrative? Because
him making that much money don't matter to me.
But like Triple R says, like he's already spoiled to that fact. Like,
I mean, I understand he may be spoiled, but I mean the fact that we have had quarterbacks in this league already who come from millionaire families. So
it's not about him having the money; it's about his attitude.
Yeah, his attitude is
absolutely
suspect.
If your attitude changes from the money that you made in college, being one of the first people that could ever make money, and you made that much, I mean, in 10 years, that guy's going to be making $30 million in college. And then what's the fucking narrative going to be? And what's that diva going to be like? So when we get to this point now where a guy doesn't want to we have the first pick in the draft. Period. Do everything that you need to do for that first pick in the draft. And if you're not willing to do that, fuck off.
Okay, time out, because people keep bringing MHJ up in the chat. They just want to say we all know MHJ did the same thing. as PJ brought up earlier, and we all know this if you've been following, MHJ asked. He didn't just say, I'm not taking the medicals. He asked if he could bypass them, if that was okay with them.
I thought he did
do it.
I
at the
thought he did
combine.
do the medicals.
He did weigh in, and that's why he
I
missed
thought he
his.
did. I thought he did the medicals, but didn't do the interviews or the
Right.
press
Yeah,
conferences.
he was.
Yeah.
The report was he was at medicals when the interview was going on.
Yeah, he did
Okay,
medicals.
so I'm misunderstanding it. But he
He
did
did
ask.
medicals. He just didn't do the workout, and he's not going to do a pro day.
That's right, the workout, right. But he asked the teams that were the most of the teams that were, or all, whoever he asked. He didn't say I'm not doing. He asked.
Because
There's a
if I'm not
difference.
mistaken, he did do the interviews.
Yeah, he did the
He-
interviews.
I thought
Yeah, he did interviews.
Not the press conference.
I
The interview,
thought-
not the
Right.
press conference.
I thought he weighed in. He did the medicals at the combine.
Yes.
All of
Yes.
them.
Yes.
Okay. So I've got
He-
some bad information. That's all.
Yeah, he did it. He did the medicals.
But still, he
did the interviews.
He did ask. He did ask to bypass the workouts, or ask if it was okay to bypass the workouts.
if it's okay about his pro day.
Yeah.
Now he would. He
That's what
already
it was,
said he
okay.
wasn't going to do the workout, but for the pro
Well, I
day,
should have meant the workouts, the pro day, those workouts.
yeah, because in the interview is when he asked the teams there. That's where he asked the teams, "Do you
Okay.
need me to do the pro days?" And that's when they said, "No, you're good because we already seen what we
Okay.
need to see."
See, now, do you think we'd be talking about him too if he just said no, I'm not doing them?
Yes, I think
I'm
we've been
not.
talking about.
You know what I mean? We'd be talking about him if he.
Yeah,
if he flat out
if he
said,
sticks
"Well,
to
I'm only-"
medicals and give the excuse like this guy is giving, yeah, we'd be saying the same things. But the fact
yeah.
that
Well,
because
Well,
and I think J2K
nobody had a
J2K said this in the chat because Caleb's trying to create the position in Washington. That's my feeling on it. That's where he wants to go. So if I
Yeah.
cut everybody else out, nobody's going to want me anyways. That's just an opinion, but I agree with J2K. He said it in the chat. Something to that effect. Sorry if I don't have it
We
right,
want to do
J2.
that if we had the Bears.
Fucking J2K.
Imagine any one of you guys being the number one consensus quarterback in this draft, and the Bears had the first fucking pick, and you grew up a Commanders fan, or vice versa. It's the Commanders had the first pick, and you grew up a Bears fan like you have always been. Wouldn't you want to go to the Bears instead? It would make sense.
Absolutely.
But you know what I've noticed about this younger generation?
I would just
They
say it though instead of dancing around it.
They don't follow NFL teams like that. They don't follow NBA teams like that. They follow like a few players here or there, but the athletes who are actually playing, they don't have like teams like that to where they're really invested. It's like us old farts who sit up there and actually get invested in teams. These younger guys in high school, like right now, they're not following NFL teams like that. They're, because they're focused on their own career, doing their own thing. So I'm willing to bet that Caleb Williams probably didn't even watch a handful of Washington games. And what he knows
And how
about
the hell
Washington, he
does
probably
an
heard from his father.
So a little bit
How
more
does
to
an
add
Illinois
some
guy
fuel
like
to
you become a Lakers fan?
But to add fuel on the fire, looks like somebody went on Justin Fields' Instagram account. He's already following Keenan Allen.
Oh, the narratives, how they change.
No, but really though, it does. At the end of the day, if I'm number one pick, it doesn't matter what I want. My want is irrelevant.
See, I think what he's doing is taking the wrong approach. Instead of trying to derail and just get other people not to want to draft him, he needs to be talking to Washington, say, hey, I'm really worth it. Go ahead and give up that haul that they're asking for to get me. That's the approach I think would be more respected as opposed to all this other things that he's doing. It's like, dude, you're really, because let's say Washington, you get into Washington, they really don't like you and it doesn't work out after 4 years or whatever, they want to get rid of you. Because of all this stuff you did here, team's going to remember that down the road and be like, nah, we don't want that headache, bro. You good. Go ahead and move on, move around. So that's what I'm saying. I think he's going about it the wrong way. Instead of trying to get other teams to dislike me for Washington can get me, I would rather, hey, Washington, up the ante. Go ahead and fork over what they're asking for to where you can get me because I'm worth it. Therefore, if something happens down the road, you have to go to another team. You didn't burn that bridge. What are you doing now is burning bridges.
Well, something else that the kids don't understand is, like they don't understand respect. They don't understand the need to not burn those bridges, but they have the entitlement, because that's the generation that came up. Everybody gets a trophy. Nobody keeps scoring, all that fun stuff. And I get the aspect of, well, now that the players in college have the NIL money, they can even up the system and even up the odds so that the universities or these coaches aren't the only ones getting paid. So now, he's coming into the Norma Ray, era of the NFL. And it's like, yeah, that's all good. And Che Rivera, all that good shit. But the Bears have the number one pick. Do that when we don't have the number one pick. Because now you're fucking with my team, trying to make your political statements or whatever it is you're doing. And so if we didn't have the number one pick, hey, Caleb, yeah, don't take them physicals. Yeah, fuck the man. Yeah, do your thing, baby. But we got the number one pick, so it's different.
Sorry, whoever put this comment out.
Caleb's also his family is there. His father did very well. So like all that NIL money is literally for his to do whatever he wants with, from my understanding. They're a very well off family. Very smart business was the father.
Good for him.
So I mean, I don't know if that
cool. That's
changed
cool.
the narrative. And he was an Aaron Rodgers fan. And,
Right.
and I say Washington because he's going home. He's a Washington, D.C. guy, if I'm not correct.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's from that area, but that doesn't, I mean, to what Aldo said in his comment, Aldo said he grew up an Aaron Rodgers fan. He was not a Washington Redskins at the time.
But now, do we really want? I mean, look at the attitude. If that's the attitude he got from that dude, Ron, he wasn't a Packers fan. He was a Rodgers fan. So he wasn't a fan of a team. He was just a fan of a quarterback. And that quarterback and Ron's attitude, fuck them.
Wait a minute. Way too rough. Once again, with a super chat or a super sticker. I don't know the difference here.
This was a super chat.
Super chat is words. Sticker will say sticker on it, Peach.
Gotcha.
Oh, nice.
As a Michigan fan, I was never afraid of Fields' legs. Michigan fans feared his arm. He only rushed for 433 yards in 3 years of college. He adjusted to a bad scheme, receivers, and terrible coaching in the NFL. Thank you. Way too rough. Appreciate the super chat, brother. You are on it tonight. Man, I am going to get that raise after all. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
And way too rough is dead on. That's why he's he'll take that extra half a second or second. He's greedy for those long balls he used to get in college because you don't get them in the NFL like that.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have the weapons to get them.
Yes, way too
Absolutely.
rough. Thank you, and thank you one more time. That is, you are awesome. Thank you. Please come back and hang out with us for your input on this show. We would love to see you again. Seriously, awesome. And to piggyback off of what you said, Foster, how many times have we seen him make throws that wowed us? It's not just been one. It's not like Mitch Trubisky where there was like, "Well, that was a good throw," like the one in the playoffs where it was the flea flicker and fucking what's his name dropped it, went right through his arms.
Yeah,
like he has made some throws that have wowed the entire league. We know he can do it.
That throw he made in that Atlanta game where he hit that touchdown to DJ Moore in the rain, snow, whatever, dropped it in the basket in the end zone. One of the best throws I've ever seen in my life.
The one he was rolling to his left and flicked it off of his wrist to Komet, and he caught it just as he was going out of bounds in the end zone. There's 10 more or 15 or 20 more of those. Remember the Pittsburgh game, guys? 2 years ago when we were winning that damn game until the fucking personal personal foul. When the dude was like, yeah, he was all excited because we had just picked him up from Pittsburgh and he had sacked the guy to win the game.
With the samurai kick to the ref.
What the flying fuck? That entire season, there was how many games we should have won because of his arm and his comebacks. this last season, he was trying to adjust to what Luke No Getsy was trying to turn him into. And No Getsy is no longer here because he No Getsied it. So the fact I
Marlboro,
get a OC job again.
But now,
Aldo, you're hilarious, bro.
Marlboro,
Aldo's hilarious.
Viceroy, cigars, cigarettes. Get your cigars, get your cigarettes.
I will say this. Let me say this because I want to be fair. When I look at the position that Ryan Poles has this, draft set up, yes, Justin Fields would be my choice to keep over drafting at number 1 a quarterback and trading that pick back. But I am under no illusion that Justin Fields will be unlocked and that he's the guy. This is more, if you trade back and you get that haul of picks, you're able to fulfill this team at more positions with top quality players at depth. And if Justin Fields is able to, progress in 2024 season, if he's still here with that talent around him, cool, work out an extension or something. But if not, going into the 2025 draft, you have 3 first-round picks or whatever you'll have. So you have the flexibility to move on then. So right now, I'm not looking at this as a Justin Fields versus a Caleb Williams debate. For me, it's more of a what's best for this team debate.
Agreed.
It's more like a Caleb Williams versus Justin Fields and 2 wide receivers and 3 first-round draft picks and another offensive lineman and another.
And I think you have to also take into consideration that he's actually he's ascending. He's an ascending player right now. He's making improvements every year. He's getting better and better, and I think that's the right trajectory. He's going on the right trajectory. I mean, he's not a finished product yet.
And look at the numbers here.
Progress.
Every single category got better each year.
Right. And then even with Adam Mason, the way he breaks down the advanced stats, the clean pocket, he's progressed in that. The dirty pockets, he progressed in that. He has made progression every year, and that's a beautiful thing. I think, you have a bona fide weapon in Keenan Allen. Another bona fide weapon. So you got 4 solid guys for him right now. And we're not done. 5. You got Swift, you got Everett, Komet, DJ Moore, and Keenan Allen. And we haven't even got to the draft yet. So he has 5 good weapons right there. We solidify that offensive line, like I'm sure Poles will do, and get yet another weapon, we'll be cooking with grease.
Fucking Aldo.
Fucking Aldo, taking over the show again.
Aldo, once again, with the super.
Thank you, Aldo. Aldo! Go ahead and read it, PJ.
You got to read it, PJ. He said you.
All right. Aldo Gondel with the $10 chat. Make sure you tune into the Barroom Network on Sunday morning for the Barfly Tailgate Show. Brought to you by the Barroom Network. Thank you very much, Aldo. Appreciate you, brother.
No, come on, PJ. You can do better than that. Don't read it. Say it.
What?
You gotta be like, make sure you tune into the Barroom Network.
You know what? I'll sell my cigarettes on this one. Hey, make sure you guys turn into the Barroom Network this Sunday morning for the Barfly Tailgate Show with our own Chris Watts.
Make sure you tune into the Barroom Network.
There you go,
on
baby.
Sunday morning for the Barfly Tailgate Show.
Oh yeah.
Show where the great ones ride.
I'm hearing more. Hey, make sure you tune into the Barroom Network. Oh, you took it down. What the fuck?
There you go. Go ahead.
Hey, take 2. Make sure you tune into the Barroom Network on Sunday morning for the Barfly Tailgate Show.
I thought you were going to say, make sure you tune into the Barroom Network on Sunday morning for the Barfly Tailgate Show, motherfuckers.
I think you just did.
Hey.
That $10 is paying off. We just keep repeating the same shit over.
We got a question in the chat that is a kind of a different subject, a very
Who
different
is it?
subject. But it's
Who's asking?
something about the Hard Knocks.
Oh,
Who's
where was-
asking?
Oh, I gotta back up.
It was Peggy, I think that asked.
Peggy did it. Said it.
we got to get to Peggy. We have to make sure she comes back. We got to make sure we pull up her chats and talk about it. Peggy's an awesome.
She's got a lot of good points in there. There was even a point about why she said we would draft Alt to go back to what PJ was talking about earlier. But she's got a lot of good comments in there, man. There's
Well, I
tons.
mean,
Tonight just
especially
amazing.
Sarah Scarlett.
Off topic.
It's hot right there. That's just hot.
Go ahead and read
I don't
it,
want
PJ.
to be misogynistic. I'm just saying.
Y'all think we're getting Hard Knocks this training camp? Very strong possibility. Very
Well,
strong.
for everyone listening in an audio stream, Peggy Gubbins says, off topic, y'all think we're getting Hard Knocks this training camp? I'm going to say yes, because they have pushed it off since its inception, and they are going to run out of options, and they're going to be forced to do it. And for that reason alone, I would say it's probably as strong of a possibility as it's ever been.
I got a question. Do you guys think Aaron Rodgers is going to retire? Did y'all say, have y'all seen that?
Oh,
There's a
God.
possibility of him
Vice
retiring.
President?
Vice President Robert Kennedy, get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. Hard Knock. I don't have cable, and so I'm aware of what Hard Knocks is, but I haven't seen it since like The Sopranos was on TV, like originally. You know? So I mean, yeah, it would be cool to see the inner workings and the inside goings on and stuff.
It seems
And
like
every
you won't
team
be able
has
to
to
see
do it, so you have to do it fine. But if it's a distraction, it's not something that I really have to see.
I would love to see the inner workings of the Bears. That's something we haven't seen. So I would love to see that. Because when I watched Hard Knocks a couple of years ago when the Detroit Lions was on there, I thought it was pretty entertaining. So I would love to see the inner workings of the Bears like that, to actually see my favorite team and their inner workings.
You see, I don't know if I'd want to do training camp or the in-season one.
Oh, there's two different ones?
Yeah, they started doing a training camp one, which was the Lions and then the Jets this year. And then they did Miami this year for in-season.
Wait, you got to go through all that shit during the season if you're a team? I could understand preseason and training camp and all of that.
I think the one in season is abbreviated, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's basically just doing like mic'd up that the Bears do every year. And then they have some guy taking, videos of it.
You see what Aldo said about
everybody does that.
Did you guys see what Aldo said about the Hard Knocks show? He says Bears won't be on Hard Knocks because McCaskey doesn't want to see his mom. Don't want to have his mom see the show and the players swearing.
Oh, come on, man.
That could be a very real possibility, though.
It's quite possible.
Hey, Virginia's 105 now? I mean,
she's 101.
Okay.
Be 102.
Those old people can cuss with the best of them, so I don't know what he's worried about.
It depends on how old she is.
My
I mean,
entire life, I always wanted the Bears to be on Hard Knocks. When I was like in my 20s and 30s, I was like, man, I just wish the Bears were on here. I wish but now I don't want the dysfunction of the team to be exposed.
Is there really dysfunction?
I mean, there might not be any more as much as there was before.
Exactly.
But if I really think that George McCaskey, to kind of piggyback off that, Aldo, doesn't want to see his family like on TV and
cool. They don't need to be there. It's about the players.
He knows inevitably that HBO and all of us and everyone who aren't Bears fans are going to see him inevitably on that show, talking with someone and having to keep the entire narrative of the Bears the same. And I think that he has a worry that the respect that the Bears have, or lack of respect, for whatever you want to call it, he doesn't want either of those to be seen in and like an everyday episode, kind of a spotlight. I could see it happening, like perhaps, like you said, Aldo, like after Mrs. McCaskey. I don't want to be rude, but eventually everyone has to leave this.
When she buys the farm, kicks the bucket.
Yeah. So much respect and love for Virginia McCaskey.
She could outdo us all. Shit.
She's the matriarch of the NFL, not even the Bears, but the NFL. And so
Let's say this.
I think it would. I could see like her, like they don't want anything being exposed for lack of good or bad, especially while she is here to see it. Is kind of my point.
Yeah,
but they don't really do any of that though, Dan. They sometimes interview a couple of players, and they highlight a little story about them, and then they show some practice scenes. That's it.
That's what I really want to see, because
they're not going.
The way they have training camp going on these days, it's hard for me to get to training camp. So that's what I really want to see.
Yeah, they're not going to give away any secrets. This isn't the Manhattan Project, so.
I will say that if President Warren decides that that's the route that they want to go to publicize the new stadium deal, the new quarterback, the whatever, then yes, they will be doing that because that's what they want to do. Oh, and Peggy, hey, I mentioned it earlier. Shout out to Lovey, who because of what he did to us, which he really didn't have to after we gave him that unceremonious ass kicking out of town after he was, pretty good as a coach, but he still got us that number 1 pick last year that we traded and got the number 1 pick this year, and that hope we can keep that golden goose laying those golden eggs. Shout out Lovey.
Man,
I think people swore and said all the same stuff that you hear now throughout Virginia's life. I'm sure she's heard everything. I think Samo brought that up. And I'm not saying that, George doesn't feel like that. The comment about George not wanting to have his mother see and hear this stuff. I think some of that's all correct. I just believe that the way the McCaskies are is it's a little old fashioned. Maybe that's the wrong term. They just don't need the distraction, nor do they want it. They've gotten enough grief from Chicago fans alone over the last 25, 30 years that they just don't want to be involved in any of it. If you remember, McCaskey was the only owner to vote down a 17-game season. The only one. And now they're going to try and do 18 games, I'm hearing too, by the way.
Internationally, 18 games.
It's more of a just, this is my team. This is, I don't think I would have liked it when I was out rebuilding houses and somebody came out and started filming me and asking me questions, because it would have distracted me from the job that I'm trying to do. I'm not saying I'm right either. That's just my point.
Again, though, but they're not on the field doing this. They're not going to interrupt player, progression. If they do something inside Hallis Hall and take you aside and be like, "Oh, tell us a little bit about yourself," man, that's not really a distraction. That's just a question. You're going to get asked that question anyways. Well, what's the difference?
And then everybody's going to be talking about it. It's going to be all over the TV. It's going to become a distraction.
It's going to be all
because
over
now
the TV
you're involved in this, whether you want to be or not. I'm just giving you my half back on it, Walt.
But I mean, the thing about the locker room is like, that's a sanctuary. That's where everything is sacred in there, because you can go in there and share things with your teammates, your brothers.
Do they actually film in the locker room?
Or in Hallis Hall, even if you're working out and you're having a conversation, it's like, oh, damn, he's mic'd up. I don't want to say that. So it's kind of a distraction in that way. I mean, it's like if you have a wife and it's like y'all are doing some kind of, reality show, and it's like, do you want to be recorded all the time? Because there's, have conversations.
Well, I think the team has a right to sit up there and control somewhat what's being shown. And from what I've seen watching the Detroit, when they was doing Detroit, they showed the guys in the classroom, they showed the guys on the field, they showed the coaches talking to the guys. there was no, and then like Walt said, a story about a certain amount of players, one who has no chance of making it, a guy who's likely to make it, then one who's on the borderline. Those are the like three type of players they'll show, but they're not showing in the locker room stuff. They may see show a conversation of the guys on the sideline and at practice, something like that, but there's not no top secrets things they're showing. They're not doing that.
It's just
Anybody remember when they were sitting in school in a classroom and shit was going on in the hallway? How much stuff you didn't pay attention to because you were trying to figure out what was going on in the hallway?
I didn't.
There's cameras floating around. No, not you, Walt. Never.
No, I didn't give a shit what the hell was going on in the hallway.
I bet it still got you distracted though, and this is my point. I bet it still got you distracted from what you were doing.
Negative.
Because it has an effect. It has an effect. There's something going on around you, and I'm not even saying I'm right.
I know how to drown that out, right? So that's what I'm saying. These kids should know how to drown these things out and separate themselves from what's going on. Because you're going to be under scrutiny. You're under scrutiny 24/7 anyways.
Here. Look at all the fake bullshit. Look at all the fake bullshit that came out of Aaron Jones' mouth last year. You guys watch Hard Knocks last year? Did you see the Jets yet?
No.
Did you? Oh, so go pull up put up Aaron Rodgers on Hard Knocks last year on YouTube and look at some of the just totally out of character.
But what I'm saying is they already got filmed. They're already being filmed at practice as it is. They're already being filmed at the games as it is. So is it going to be that much different?
Well, there's a difference.
I don't know.
Being filmed
I'm just giving up the opposite side of it.
HBO.
I mean, but what I'm saying is they got cameras around them already because Bears already filming them at practice as it is. So yeah, you're going to have this outside staff, but you're still being filmed. But you got to sit there and go on the field and perform. So I don't see a big difference there. I mean, yeah, it'd be somewhat of a difference, but you're already being filmed because you have on that Bears website how they got certain shots of the Bears and certain films of the Bears already. So having Hard Knocks in there, I mean, they're not like interviewing the guys. They just like got them mic'd up and then may listen to certain things they say. Well, I mean, like they're already doing anyway.
Do they follow like storylines or how do they like segment it? How do they keep it flowing?
Like the Hard Knocks team? Or?
Yeah.
Well, usually there's some little storyline to the episode, right? So they did Garrett Wilson graduating college. And that was one of the things they did. And they had him and they went through the commencement ceremony and all that. And of course they had, Aaron Rodgers talking with the narrator. I forget what the hell his name is, but he made an appearance on the show. And Aaron Rodgers is an idiot, so he's going to take whatever TV time he gets. I don't give him he's not the majority. Let's put it that way. He's just an outlier. So there's always something going on, like some sort of side story they do. And they do some interviews too, like Sam's saying. And they do show clips from the meetings, but nothing more than like, hey guys, we got to go out and we got to do this, or this is your time to shine. I mean, what I like about the show is they end up highlighting lesser known players that may not get the screen time that somebody else would. So they did Malcolm Rodriguez in the Detroit Lions, and they did the punt returner last year for the Jets. For life of me, I can't remember his name, but he ended up returning a punt for a touchdown. It's a pretty big game.
Yeah.
So
I just wondered, has anybody worked on a set of a show? Because that's a TV show.
My wife works in the movies, so yeah.
Okay, I've been on hundreds. I've been on hundreds of them, and I don't know for a fact because I don't know how they're filming it and what they're doing. I got a bell going off. King.
Ain't no fire alarm.
Is that your pacemaker?
Yep. I'd like to. I got to recharge, man. I got to recharge. I'd like to just know how many people they're bringing into when they do this filming and stuff, because I've literally been in scenes where there's 3 or 4 people that you're seeing, and there's like 80 people behind the scenes with all this technical crap. I'm sure it's not that big, but it is. Anything that's filmed on location is going to require more personnel to be present while they're filming. just because of the technical things that they have to do. It's not the Bears cameras that they're taking the film off of. They have specific cameras that are specifically designed to do what they're to do. It's not like your phone. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you a little bit of
I have
what
an
I
answer
do
for
know.
you on that, Foster.
Go ahead.
They have a production staff of 120.
Let me just say that I am so glad I have not seen any of those ports.
So Hard Knocks has a staff of 120.
Yeah, so it's 120 people, and there's 35 people living with the team during training camp, and another 35.
And that's not
that
going to be a distraction in any way. I'm just saying. I'm just asking a question.
There's distractions for everything, man.
It's like watching The Office, but football. Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying. Like I said, I go back to the classroom. I'm sitting in a classroom working on a math problem, and there's somebody arguing in the hall. I've already messed up my thing, and maybe that's just me. Maybe it's not everybody, but that's my point. I don't really care either way, man. If it's on, I'll watch it.
And
I'm just looking at it from all sides.
What I was trying to say earlier is that it's no different than when the Bears do the mic'd up videos that you see on YouTube. They have the mic sitting on the players, and people are literally filming them while they're doing this. And some of them are just in a huddle, they're talking, or they're on the sideline
with 35 people living with them.
But it's no difference when there's 35 people from Hard Knocks or there's 35 people from the NFL.
Yeah, it's like staff. They're not all. It's not 35 guys or people. Right there. Like Peggy's saying, there are technical people that are in the truck or doing sound on this side, and the key grips and the gaffers and all that shit. In front of him may be a camera guy and a producer.
Yeah. I have so much to add to that, but it's just disgusting. It's just going to be too funny, and we want to keep talking Bears. So,
well, let me ask you this: what do you all think about the international foray into England and Brazil, in addition to the 2 extra games per year?
I want to say this, Chris Watts, Jason UK. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm totally against that shit. Unless they created like another conference in the UK where they had, 4 team divisions for like another conference that they could intermingle and not everyone doesn't have to travel ridiculously. If they added 1 or 2 teams, now everyone, they're all coming here and we're all going there. Who wants to travel for 8 hours on a plane before you have to go practice and play against another team? That's why we always look when we play in Europe.
They'd have to add like 8 teams in Europe or 4 teams in Europe and 4 teams in South America. Yes. And the 4 in South America, I don't see happening. But you could probably get 8 teams in Europe. Maybe today there's enough of a fan base in Europe to get that many. I don't know if
you could make a whole other
4
maybe a conference.
That would be a division. The East.
Germany, England, and Brazil, are they close?
The AFC, the NFC, and the EFC.
No.
I mean, guys, the teams they're sending over at the same time. So it's not like anyone's getting an uneven playing field, right? Mm-hmm. And they're doing a service to the international community of NFL fans, because there are. I mean, yes, they're making money off it, whatever. You're going to make money off every game no matter what. But you have fans like Chris Watts, like Jason, and all that out there that want to see the NFL and sometimes can't because of either they don't have the right setup in terms of television infrastructure, or they just don't play the games. So to give them a chance to go out there and do that is amazing, and I think they should do more of that.
But now, structurally, are they going to add like another bye week?
It all comes down to how they want to schedule travel. I mean, you can do
another game too for the extra bye week. Yeah,
you can do the travel within the parameters of the current NFL structure, right?
It wouldn't be 2 more games; it'd be just 1 more game.
No, 18 games. So, I guess one more now. But hell, wasn't it just 15 or 14 games like a few years ago?
16.
No, 16 for quite a while, since 1978. Was 14 games. 77, I think, was the last. Matter of fact, 77 was the last year. It was 14 games because the team I was on, we went 14-0 that year. That's how I remember. So 78's been 16 ever since.
So they're creeping up, 4 more games internationally. I mean, come on, throw another bye week in there, milk it out.
They're going to do it because money's going to win out because there's just too much money to be made. And I have no problem with that. But I think if they're going to do that, they have to install like 4 or 8 teams would have to be installed in Europe. Then you could ship a whole division over there for 3 or 4 weeks to play a bunch of away games.
But now
You wouldn't have somebody flying over there and flying back. Like the Jags got to stay there for 2 games. So they got to stay there for 2 weeks. Good night, everyone. Aldo,
saying good night, everyone in chat. BC,
Father.
bear down and keep up the great work, Aldo.
Appreciate you, Aldo.
But now that also
absolutely the Podfather.
We love you, Podfather. Thank you for your super stickers.
With all the different venues, the different fields, is the actual playing surfaces, are they going to have a universal surface? Whereas like people are mad about going to the Meadowlands because their surface, their artificial turf is messing up, players, physically, with their knees and ankle injuries and such. Going internationally, they have the football, or soccer as we call it, and they got, a nice natural grass pitches and such. Are they going to be able to do that same over there? How do you think that shit's going to work out?
I don't know.
If I remember correctly, I think soccer streamlined its fields. Like they all use the same kind of material, unlike the NFL where you kind of get a choice.
I want to get to what Peggy Gubbins is saying here because she's been killing it tonight in chat. Like seriously, good stuff from you tonight, Peggy. Send the Pro Bowl to Tokyo. Send the Pro Bowl to Madrid. Send the Pro Bowl to Dubai. Don't make in-season trips over X amount of hours. It's like I understand. I agree, 100%.
Well, I think that's the problem when you have travel for that long. You're taking those long trips. If you had a division over there, like Foster suggested, you would have to play in that division, twice? Because you have two away games and 2 home games like that. So if you have to play that division, you would have to. So it would involve a lot of logistics, I guess, trying to figure it out. But
I mean, they're just doing feature games too. So adding a whole division would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
You'd have more problems doing that.
Yeah. It's a lot of work. It'd be a lot of work.
It's really hard for me to pontificate a way we could make that happen. Other than if it's all about money, then you're not thinking about the players or the fans, really, because the majority of the fans are from here in this country. So
I mean, here's an easy fix, right? Just finish your game on Sunday, leave Sunday night, Monday morning, right? So you end up starting the week ahead in wherever you're going, and then you have time to recuperate because I know international travel wipes you out a bit. I've seen my wife go to Dubai and all the way around the world, and it does a number on you. When you get back, more so than when you're there, really. But
90% of the time you take an air flight anywhere, you get sick anyways, because you're recirculating the air with everyone having whatever the fuck you want to call it, the flu, a cold, COVID, whatever the hell it may be.
Like I said, I'm all for it. If they do a couple games a year in Europe or Brazil, I'm cool.
We've got a couple of questions. Go ahead, finish.
I was just going to say the players get to go there. They get to enjoy a little bit of time in places they may not see.
Yeah,
and
true.
Like I said, it's for the fans too, so they win out at the end of the day.
Yeah. There's a couple of questions I want to get to in chat before we wrap up the show because we're going on 4 hours, guys. This is, I have a job. I got to do tomorrow. So, Cliff Victoria, question for hosts. Are one more question after this, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Question for hosts: are there going to be riots at European football games like soccer?
Are they serving beer?
What's that?
Are they serving beer?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
A strong possibility there, Cliff.
Spaghetti.
I think if they get vested into football or our version of football, like they are vested in their version of football. Yes.
I agree. Chris Watts couldn't believe coming to Chicago and going to Soldier Field. He was like, I couldn't believe everyone was so nice to each other. all the rival. We were all talking to our rival, fans, and nobody was starting a fight. He's like, that shit wouldn't happen at a, and he calls it soccer himself because he's a football fan, an American football fan. Eric Christensen, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. We love you, appreciate you. We're gonna get to you guys in a second, but since you're leaving now, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. You are what makes BCP go around. Even he was amazed that there wasn't a fight breaking out everywhere in the stands because he's so used to seeing that. Like, apparently there's like a rule that bars cannot show games on the TVs there because people get into fights at the bars over that shit. So they can't even do that. Like, what does that say? Yeah. And then I got one more question from Brian Hendren asking, any team that goes on Hard Knocks wouldn't the HBO network own the rights to question and if that's the case, that means HBO has control of the editing? So in other words, they would be able to kind of put on there what they wanted the narrative to be, regardless of what the family wants to be portrayed, right?
Well, they also the team has a right to shield you off from certain things. No, you can't film that. You can't film this.
You're only going to know that. You got to read the contract, man. You're going to have to read the 700 pages of that contract to know what the specific details are.
Who's the lawyer on it?
What if HBO doesn't have the rights to it and it's a rights to NFL films or something? I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
But you'd have to look at the contract on that, man.
I'm not a lawyer, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Because NFL Films is the one that actually does Hard Knocks, right?
Wait, your wife last night? You got kicked out of the house last night, huh? Is that what you're saying, BJ? It wasn't even for a 4-hour show?
And that's why he thinks he's a lawyer, because he was looking at the divorce decree he was served. I'm joking.
Hey, I gotta, thank y'all for having me on tonight. It's over 3 hours, and we're talking all this good Bears stuff. It's gonna be an interesting month and a couple weeks before the draft even gets here.
Yes, gonna be very interesting.
Triple R, man.
As long as we can keep Shorty down with his pontifications, we'll be good to go.
Oh, that's a struggle right there. That's going to be a heavy lift.
PJ, in Dan's defense, we did not hear Tyson Bagent's name mentioned tonight. So
we sure didn't. Man,
nice.
Good job.
All right, so hey,
we did hear Chase Young's name.
That's because you brought it up.
I was everybody, for anybody catching this or watching this afterward, go through the chat and read the chat, because there's some really good stories in there. There's a good story that Peggy just was telling everybody in the chat, man, about Fort Hood, and just read the stuff.
Peggy's just delightful. I like.
Wait a minute.
Absolutely.
What did Peggy say about Fort Hood? Because I was stationed at Fort Hood. Hold on, what she say about Fort Hood?
Go back. I got to go back and look. I can't remember it.
No, they
became pals with him.
You got to go farther up, but here's just this was the last part of it that I saw. This is an answer. This is from Peggy at J Grizz. Long story, but I became pals with him on Twitter because he agreed to send stuff to someone I knew who was shot at Fort Hood. If you recall that tragedy, absolutely. Good dude, never met him in real life. You got to go back and scroll through and look, because there's probably 10 or 15 things in there.
Oh, she's talking about Trey Wingo? Okay.
Yeah.
Guys,
just good little stuff going on in the chat that we didn't say one damn word about because we can't. We don't have time for everything.
We try to get to you. You guys are why we do this. We try to keep this flow with you guys going. Obviously, there's 5
Please like and subscribe.
Jay Grizz saying, Shorty, you received my email for the next show, I'm assuming? Yes, sir, I did. Got it right here. We will see you next Thursday, Jay Grizz. Nice. We're looking forward to it.
Okay.
Triple R, I want to tell you,
what's going on?
What the fuck is going on right now? Who's doing that?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh. I want to say, Triple R,
What up?
We all love you here, man. And we've all missed you here. And seeing your mug on this channel again and the laughs.
Get
The
a
laugh.
room.
If you go like this, you'll get some hearts. Watch.
Get a room.
There you go. You got to go like
What's
this.
you doing?
Go like right in the middle of your face. There you go. Hearts.
It only works for you, Shorty.
Hearts triple R.
It only works for you, Shorty.
It only works for the freak.
You know that you are welcome here anytime. We would love to have you on the show anytime. You know that we're going to be doing this draft marathon again, and we'd love to see you for that as well. For anyone that doesn't know, 200 and plus of you watching, we're doing a draft marathon all 3 days. It's going to be a fucking marathon. And we did, God, how many hours? We went like 4 days last year. It was insane. And it was the most fun that I've ever had. Drinking coffee, getting pizza ordered on the show, talking about fish and spaghetti in the 6th round when they had no picks.
Hey, speaking of fish and spaghetti and talking shit, how's your mama?
Thank you for asking, my friend. She's doing great.
It's his mammy. Not his mama.
Just don't bring
It's
up
his
her
mammy.
urine.
Mammy is
Don't
doing
bring up the taste of her urine trips.
I'm sure it tastes like all sativa or indicas.
Get your ass a trapper, keep it in your face. Slushy.
I think we did like 20 something hours in 3 days of the draft.
Oh God.
I know we did. Because it was
all-
like 6-7 hours, and then we did 9 hours that last day of the draft, which was insane.
Yeah.
But we did it.
We did like what 4 or 5 hours Thursday and Friday, and then we did like 8 or 9 hours on Saturday. Then we did a Sunday show. So
I think it was like 20 hours, man, for them 3 shows alone, dude. I'm almost positive it was 20.
and we want to collaborate with all of our friends here in the Bears networking. You know, Nick Rohde from Just Another Year podcast.
Our media pals.
Aldo Gandia from the Barham Network. Everyone from the Barham is welcome. Nomad Network. We even talked to them about coming on with us if they want to. Triple R, we certainly would love to have you on.
Sam Rush, we got to get you on, man.
Samo, we want to have you on again too.
We got to get you on, Samo.
Get your butt on the show, Sam. You got my number.
I meant to tell you that when I talked to you earlier today, Sam. So yeah, got to get you on, man.
Uh-huh. And yes, Samo. Yeah, I'm still me. You might call me wild, whatever. But sports Chicago style. Go on here and get those subs in and follow on the Twitter because the production is in the works. Believe me, trust. It's a mind, body, and soul content creation experience.
Trips, if you need any help with that, please let us know. We are here for you.
J2K.
I'm definitely going to take you up on that.
Please do.
J2K. Got to get you on the show before the draft. I know you're going to come on during the draft, but I want to get your take on the prospects before the draft. J2K, that's for you.
We loved it too with the draft marathon with you last year, J2K. I know you loved it too. So please come on for that as well as come on with us as soon as you would like to. We'd love to talk.
Peggy Gubbins.
We need your opinion on some of these players that none of us know anything about. J2K, go ahead, PJ.
Peggy Gubbins, we got to get you on the show. I know you just subscribe, but we got to get you on the show.
No pressure.
Got to get you on the show. Phil Rockwell, got to get you on the show. Notorious. I heard that Notorious TBG is actually a woman, so I thought it was a guy all this time. So got to get you on the show.
Get the what?
I think
I thought it was Biggie. It was Notorious. No, Notorious.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I think I was watching another show and they said she's a woman, not a guy.
All I see
if
is
I'm wrong, please verify that for me that we Notorious TBG.
Woman, guy, non-binary, whatever. It's all love. It's all
I
love.
see is the Notorious B.I.G. image there, and I'm like, well, that's definitely a guy.
Well, he was.
Notorious. Listen, it's down there in the bottom at the ticker here. BearsCountryPodcast @gmail. Anyone that wants to hang out with us, If you want to come on with us on a Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time, you are welcome to. Please email us. Jay Grizz just did. Looks like we have our next guest for next week. And if nothing else, you want to hop in for 2 minutes to go, what the fuck was that pick about? Or, wow, I love that pick. You can do that for the draft because it's going to be going for a marathon for days.
Well, I don't know. I mean, right now, Ryan Poles only has like 2 or 3 picks, so it ain't going that long.
You're not sitting around, especially 19 to 75.
Let's get to everyone in chat, man. Samuel, thanks for hanging out with us. J2K, Peggy Gubbins. It's great to have new people in here and to see such great things being said. True Bears fan. Notorious. Jay Grizz, we'll see you next week. Phil Rockwell, first-time caller, we love you. Thanks for joining us tonight. Cliff Victoria, Doug Van Dorn, all of our regulars that we've
Mark
seen.
Kazak was here earlier too.
Mark Kazak, Robbie Come Up, Raging Oracle, just Jay Sanders.
Leo Factor 1.
Oh, great to see Leo again. Leo is the one that outed Leonidas as being Don Burr to me in an email or in a comment on a show. So I'm starting to think that he's right. Brian Hendren, thanks for joining us, man. I see you all the time in there in chat on Sports Zone Chicago on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. One of my favorite podcasts.
J2K, I will hit you up, man, because we're gonna get you on before the draft because, like I said, I want your prospects, your top 5 prospects on us different positions. So I will hit you up before draft.
You have homework now, J2K. Oh, was that you, Raging? Sorry, I thought it was Leo that said that. Okay, so thank you, Leo. Raging. I believe Leonidas is Don Burr. Mr. Mayhem, you the man.
Got to get him on. Mr. Mayhem, got to get you on, bro.
Steve
Grunwald.
I'm
a veteran now.
Yep.
What do you mean he's a veteran now?
Well, because he kept missing the shows live, and now he's been making sure he tunes in to hang out with us live. So, Steve,
yes,
we love and appreciate you for taking the time to hang out with us.
He actually said that he been a Bears fan since 1963. Steve Grunwald.
Young blood.
Man, that's what's up. 1963. Before I was born.
Damn.
Oh, come on now. We see all that snow on your chin. Stop lying.
Hey, bro. You may see the snow, but I wasn't born before 1963. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Everyone in chat, there's so many people to go through tonight. It is amazing. This has
you guys. Over 350 in the chat tonight. Guys, truly appreciate you guys.
Man,
Jason,
some numbers over here. Nice.
Jason, with your super chat or super sticker, Barham with your super sticker, Aldo with your super sticker,
Jay Grizz.
Way too rough.
Way too rough in the house.
Sam Rush with your super sticker, man. You guys,
man.
Thank you.
You guys brought it tonight.
Thank you. All I have to say is this. We don't do this for any other reason. I promise you that. It's you guys.
Bill Wade was the quarterback in 1963. Bill Wade.
On the frozen tundra.
Talk about that, man. Damn. Eric Christensen, TD Mikey. God, there's so many new people in here tonight. You guys are
appreciate you guys, man.
So awesome. Cliff, I love
Foster's internet went out, guys. Is that what happened, Foster? Just to let you guys know.
Foster is fucking Foster. That's all I have to say. Way too rough. Everyone that has been here for the first time, we love and appreciate you guys, along with everyone who is always here. Please
like and subscribe.
Please like and subscribe. Set your notifications. Tell your friends, and come hang out with us next Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time with Jay Grizz. Foster's internet is back as we're closing the show. So Foster, get your ass in here while we wrap this up.
Motherfucking Foster.
Where's your spaghetti, motherfucker? Spaghetti.
I'm on the 5G, man, not the internet.
For anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about when I say fish and spaghetti, motherfucker, it was the 6th round last year during the draft. And PJ goes, "What are you guys having for dinner tonight?" We're like, "I don't know." And he goes, I'm thinking about having some fish and spaghetti. And I'm like, wait, like with like spaghetti and like sauce? And then Triple R goes, spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti. Spaghetti, motherfucker.
Just go back to the fucking draft and make the clip so you don't have to do this every week.
Yeah,
Joke
I
around, man.
I have it somewhere. I should have had it ready for Trips, but he came like I didn't have enough time, so I'll work on that next time you come on. Trips, we appreciate you, man. It's been so much fun hanging out with you again. For real.
No doubt. You know, PJ, Walt, Uncle fucking Foster, you know, Shorty, everybody in the chat, you know, Podfather, good looks.
Chips Ahoy, boy.
Chips Ahoy, boy.
Are you down with BCP?
You know me.
Yeah. Thursdays, right?
PM Eastern time. Unfortunately, we had to ditch that opener because it became a problem when we became monetized. So it was like,
yeah. You see, that's why production takes so damn long, because you want to make sure you do all that shit in house.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And like I said, the open is it's open there. The invitation is an open invitation for you to come on the show. And like I said,
Adam said he's coming on soon.
If you need help with anything, Triple R, let me know. I can help you. And we would love to have you on too. Who said that?
AC Adam.
AC.
Adam.
AC.
BearsCountryPodcast @gmail.com. Get on with us. We got KA, fellas. Haven't forgot about coming on with you guys soon.
Wow.
Much love. Much love.
Still in shock with Kevin.
Yeah. Same here.
Stay safe. Everybody have a great weekend, man. All you guys, because everybody, man. Be careful.
Have a great weekend, guys. Yep. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight on a record show, a record night. And we will see you next Thursday with our next guest, Jay Grizz, on a 1, 2, 3. Let's end this with 1, 2, 3. Bears, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Bears.
The Bears. Ah.